What's up, guys? Yeah, I had kind of a crazy day today. The internet finally got fixed and I haven't been feeling super well today, and I finally think Callie is doing better. So I wanted to start streaming many hours ago, but that did not happen. So let me make this planner for Contagion real quick, and then we'll look at everything last Epoch. I'm gonna have to watch the whole interview over. Thank you, Daisy. Yeah, I think she's doing much better. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to make the you can put blink in your weapon swap if you want. I don't understand. Oh, it's there. Can put blink in a weapon swap. Why does POE2 suck compared to POE1? It's not that bad, is it? Is it that bad? We didn't even spend one divine on this character. Didn't even spend one divine on this guy. On trash, you Contagion. And then you Essence Drain. And then we're going to go look at everything last Epoch. Wait. Okay, let's add here. And then on bosses, we... Let me open Path of Exile. I want to see something. Did I hear tacos? Are you the taco man? do I think StarForge PCs are worth it? So let's state the obvious. Everybody with knowledge on the subject will tell you the same thing. It's always cheaper to build your own PC. You aren't ever going to quote unquote save money by buying a pre-built PC from anybody, right? The advantage that you get by going through StarForge is because they build your PC. If something goes wrong, their customer support is God tier. I know it's God tier. You want to know why? Because I just used it to replace 2 of my StarForge PCs. But the weird thing is it doesn't really seem to be a problem with StarForge itself, because all StarForge does is take the parts, put them together, and test them rigorously, and then send you the machine. From what we can tell, every part in both PCs that they sent me worked. We can't find. The only thing that we know is one of the Intel processors got fried, but that's a known issue with Intel. So I just ordered AMD. Both of the first computers just arrived back at the StarForge labs. They said they're going to see what went wrong, but 95% sure it's the Windows updates that are crucifying like all PCs. So that's a Windows thing, not a StarForge thing. But anyway, their customer service is God tier. If you build your own PC and something goes wrong, well, I guess you can go through the warranties of each individual part, but that's really effing annoying. It's way easier just to swap it with StarForge. I just did it twice. Windows 11 and Nvidia are crap right now. Yeah, so I'm sponsored by StarForge. I'm supposed to sit here and just gush about StarForge and tell you how much I love them, right? You want to know the honest truth? If I was not sponsored by StarForge, I would buy a StarForge PC anyway. That's the honest truth. Especially after how much they helped me. Especially after how much they helped me with these 2 PCs. They were so nice to me and they helped me so quickly. It was insane. You just woke up? I just woke up as well, Alexandra. I just started. I've been sick like the whole day. Crazy. I wasn't, I just got up. Been a rough day. You guys want to see something insane though? Watch this. You want to see something insane? Watch this. Just ran a speed test. Look.
Are you feeling better, Tammy? Yeah. You got better as I got sick. How about that?
My internet is now the dicker of all asses. Yeah, it's aloe. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same up as well. 2.4 up. Same. It's 130 a month. Oops, I usually mute my mic. My bad, guys. I was thinking of getting a StarForge, but my girlfriend is bothered by the logo that looks like a dildo. It's probably Asmongold's idea, right? I mean, it probably was, but I mean, let me ask you something, Tarask. I have a question. Do you want to buy a PC with a dildo on it or not? I mean, think about it. I'm asking you honestly. Do you want a dildo on your PC or not? I'm thinking free dildo. You know? See my WAN? It's not +5. Is there a way to reserve a StarForge with a 5090? I couldn't even get a 5090 and I'm sponsored by them. It's an Nvidia problem. Nvidia just doesn't have 5090s. They just don't have 5090s. A message from Woody to cheer me up. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's see this.
What would a Woody charm do? I don't know.
I couldn't hear what he said.
What would a Woody charm do? I don't know.
What would a Woody charm do? Djibouti, what did you just send me? Okay, so let me be focused here. Let's do this systematically. We got a lot of stuff to cover here. Your wife turned 40 today. She didn't appreciate you turning her in for 220s. Oh god. What did we just watch there, guys? All right. So we put Contagion up. on the boss for a debuff. We put Essence Drain on the boss. And then you just need to keep up the dark F. You can summon 2 of them, because if you had more things, then you would throw it twice. Okay, so this is what I've been using for Essence Drain. I think all of this makes sense. Now I need to understand what would be the most powerful thing I could add to this. If I could add one more spell. And we need to buff the dot. Chaos Mastery is I was thinking about that. That's a great idea. Chaos Mastery might just be the answer. I can throw Chaos Mastery for free on Withering Presence, though. I can get this for free. So if there's another equally good thing I could put on Essence Drain, then that would be ideal. I know for sure on Dark Effigy we're going over Abundance. That's for sure. To get 2 of them. I have Chaotic Freeze. We need any kind of intense agony. I don't even know what that does. Decent. On Contagion, you go Hinder. That seems very, very smart. Yeah. Deliberation seems really good. What about Deliberation on... What about Deliberation on Essence Drain? Is that a thing? Just straight up 20% more damage. Persistence is better on Wither. But don't you get free Wither from Dark Effigy, right? So Deliberation is a choice. Chaos Mastery is a choice. Could do Intense Agony. Intense Agony seems good. Maybe go Intense Agony. They can't survive the full effect anyway. This might be good. Now we need... We didn't stack any crit here either, and all they're doing is hits, right? So maybe controlled destruction on the Dark Effigy. Before I guess, let me absolutely make sure that it works. Controlled destruction seems very good. So if I take this out, .9, this works. 3.92, yeah, it works. Perfect. Okay, so that should be very, very good. I don't think people are gonna have 3 6 links. We need an additional dot on despair so the Dark Effigy is stronger. And I'm going to reverse these orders. I'm going to take overabundance last. Okay, that seems very, very good. Let's delete this wand. Let's delete everything. Everything is bad, and let's make a completely new character. Let's edit this jewel. Let's go chaos damage. Spell damage. Blaze just gifted 20 memberships. Are you fisting me, Blaze? Early retirement, Muddy Thunder, Tagri, Tilt Mode. Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. Muddy Thunder asked, what are your pros and cons of Last Epoch versus POE crafting? It's hard to find any cons with Last Epoch crafting. Their crafting system is one of the best. POE is more broad. There's more things you can do, but it's convoluted. It's like crazy. So I'd say Last Epoch is simpler, but still very effective. POE is much more broad, but has a billion combinations that you can do. You're so ready for Last Epoch. Me too, man. Hazard, thank you so much for the prime. Yes. Yeah. Hi, Venom. POE has no crafting. POE. Not POE2, POE. That's true, what Debooty said as well. I think we take cast speed here and... is there energy shield here? Maybe stun threshold, so you stop getting stunned. spell chaos, cast, stun threshold, so you stop getting stunned. I don't know what I just realized. Let's just delete the entire tree. Okay. So we go here, go here, we go here. This is just way too close. Grab this, and then we go here. All right. We go here. We just go full damage all the time. So there we have all of the damage. Okay. So the first thing I did was grab all the damage. And now we just grab all of the now I just grab all the defense. Probably go here and then do a respec. Take these two out. And then we need this. I take let's go back. Let's actually, I don't even know if I want to remove that. I think much earlier than this, we need this, then this. This is about where I'm at. Music. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. This looks very strong. Might take that as well. Let me see. How good is it Ziri's? Absolutely horrible. All right, so we go. Well, no, actually go back. Let's take this. Let's take this. Hmm. Okay. I think you get this, then you get this, then you get this, and then it's a question of I honestly really don't like this. I don't even like this. It's probably a jewel. And the way that this reads is a non-unique basic jewel. Okay. So rare is not unique. Spell damage, chaos damage, cast speed. It's definitely those three. I wonder if freeze buildup is a good one. Oh, we have skill effect. Probably skill effect, right? Could take energy shield. Another massive one. Could take energy shield. Oh, I didn't. You want to know what's funny? I didn't even. God damn it. I didn't even anoint my amulet. Why am I such a piece of shit, stupid ass? I forgot to anoint my amulet. God, son of a bitch. Thank you to Booty. God, what the fuck is wrong with me? God, I'm a piece of shit. I'm gonna have to look on the max roll planner for this. I ain't never gonna find this. I was gonna anoint, like, I think best in slot is spaghettification, right? God, I'm a piece of shit. This is not infusion. I already have it. Oh, this seems insane. Lasting incantations. Oh my. Let's see how cheap lasting incantations is. Isolation, greed, disgust. Ooh. Greed is free. Disgust is free. So it's like a one. How much is a divine nowadays? So it's a little over one divine for the thing. I don't think that's that bad. That's not unbearable. One divine on an anoint. It's going to be way cheaper than spaghettification. Okay. I guess let's go energy shield here. Allocates notable. I already forgot what its name is. Lasting incantations. And then I forgot to put the anoint on the other build, by the way. 3 to all spells. Spell damage. %, energy shield. Energy shield. Rarity is real good. Cast speed is real good. Let's go rarity and let's go cast speed. Look at that amulet. God, I want that amulet. So much better than mine. Okay, let's look at wands here. Let's go dueling wand. Can dueling wand get, okay, 5 chaos, 119 chaos, 119 spell, cast speed. Mana regen would be good, maybe. Spell damage again. Bro, look at that wand, and we can socket it now, by the way. Okay, the planner can't socket yet. Notes. Socket your wand with greater, I think it's island, isn't it? Is it island? Let me see. Dude, it doesn't even show up on the tooltip. Maxwell can't do it. Grinding Gear Games can't do it. Yeah, it's island. All right. Is my wife. I think I'm just gonna recommend the cheap ass one, Wave Shaper, because it's just so cheap. You can just get it. You can get it for free. It's just so cheap, hard to pass up. It costs like nothing. Go to the auction house, currency exchange, or if you go to the, I think it's like literally 1 exalt. As cheap as you could get it. I mean, let me make sure, but I'm pretty sure it costs nothing. Dude, I just signed in earlier. How many times do I have to sign in? Why is there a remember me button? If you're ever feeling worthless in life, guys, remember the POE2 trade site has a remember me button. All right. Wave Shaper. If I put the exalts at a max of 1, there's 473 options for 1 exalt. It's literally free. Okay, so that's free. Let's see, what's Adziri's Disdain searching for? You can buy it Ziri's Disdain for 1 Exalt. Let's just say, let's put it to 3. There's 443 for 3 or less. So these uniques are actually free. This is like actually nothing. Let's go to a foci. So we want 2 to all spells. Then we want spell damage. And then we want, can we get chaos damage? Yes. Then can we get cast speed? Yep. Now what? 100% increased energy shield is local. How much is the flat energy shield here? So it'd be, the flat energy shield is better. Okay. Crit, don't want crit. Probably just take the recharge rate here. Man, dude, if you had this this character, you would just cook so hard. It would be unbelievable how powerful your character would be. Does this count as offense? No, it counts as defense. I can't even explain to you how much better this character is than mine. It's not close. Cast speed. There's nothing for spells, right, at all. But there is cast speed. I think that's all you can get for casters. I think we go life rarity, maybe. Life rarity, and then probably all res, chaos res, and then chaos damage. Wow. That is the most beautiful ring I've ever seen in my life. That's the most beautiful. Okay. Man, dude, I want this gear so bad. My gear sucks. Okay, we just want the most Giga Chad energy shield gloves we can get. Energy shield, energy shield, energy shield. I'll take rarity. Take Chouse. All the rest of this crap sucks. So let's just take fire res. Anything. Belt. Flash charges, no. Fast recovery, no. Stun threshold seems good. Probably stun threshold for sure. Oh, rarity? That's not even in the game though. Stun threshold for sure. Life. Mana. I mean, none of it. Armor, I guess. 2 charms. Chaos. Cold. Let me just make sure there's nothing else. Okay, and then the boots need to be pure energy shield. And we go movement speed, energy shield, energy shield. Lightning, chaos, probably rarity then. Rarity. Any ultimate flask, it doesn't matter. Any nope. Any ultimate flask, it's whatever, it doesn't matter. I want to block poison, and I want to block freeze, and I want to block stun. Let me say no. If you discard it, I will never forgive you. Public build. It's an endgame build. It would work in hardcore, I think. Rax's endgame, essence drain, contagion, lich witch. God, that sounds funny to say, lich witch. All right, spamming it in the chat, boys, and I'm not currently playing hardcore, but I haven't died one time today on my guys, so as long as you played safe up until this point. I don't even have my 4th ascendancy. I spent less than 1 divine on my character. Add at Ziri's Bear Talisman. I don't even know what that is. What's it? What's that? What's at Ziri's? Is that an amulet? Yeah, we put Wind Scream. Let's check the site here. Clear. At Ziri's. Oh, it's a socket. Oh. 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 Yeah, any at Ziri. Is it going to... Huh. Maybe I can find it here. It's just called Bear Talisman. Oh, thank you. I get it. I get it. Put it in the Ziri. Gotcha. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. Use Dodre's tenure gloves. I was looking at those the other day. I don't know why. For some reason, I don't know why I didn't get them. Yeah, I have these equipped right now. I'm using them right now, actually. I'm using them actually right now. I'll put it as a note in the planner. I think that the Dodres are more offense, but I think the 300 energy shield on the gloves and the rarity and the resistances are, I don't know, that's a lot. For a more offensive option, use it's what I'm using right now. That's a good idea. Okay. Are there any other hints? Let me say one more thing. In low density maps, you can just spam Essence Drain without Contagion because Chain will kill everything, turning this into a one button build. That's a good hint. There's a 101 page last Epoch patch. Well, looks like we're going to be streaming for a while today, boys. Guys, today I caved. Like, I felt so sick earlier. I've been starving myself for so many days in a row that it was like day 6 or something. I ordered an 800 calorie. No, not 800 calorie. 890, 220. I ordered a 670 calorie Chipotle bowl and I just devoured it. So I've already had 900 calories so far today. And I've been eating under 900 total every day for 6 straight days. I think if I wouldn't have ordered that, I think I would have just died. Strengths. Enemies melt away. Huge AoE potential. Easily dodge mechanics because you can just dodge them all the time. Weaknesses. Totem dies to a fart. Damage ramps up. We were about to schedule the appointment to take Callie to the vet, and then Callie, right as we were about to call, kind of changed her behavior. She calmed down. She stopped going to the bathroom. She ate a very large breakfast. And then, most importantly, she fell asleep. She fell asleep for many, many hours. And she woke up and she was fine. So we think she's okay. We were about to call. Think she's fine. We don't. It better. Yeah, Cheshire, that's how I've been feeling. I've been feeling very, very... Callie's here? Hello. What's this, Callie? Don't eat that. Callie, are you feeling better? You're wagging your tail. I really hope this isn't like the beginning of the end for Callie. She's very old. She's 12 and a half. Yeah. Believe me, we try to take care of her. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, what? Okay, Sarah just said she still has very bad diarrhea, so I don't know. Maybe we are going to the vet. I don't know. Maybe she's not okay. That it is. God. Kelly, can you just get better? You ate your breakfast. You slept. Went like 6 hours without taking a shit. That's amazing. No doctor on this planet said eat less than 1,000 calories a day. You'll bet 10K on that. My doctor didn't tell me to eat less than 1,000 calories a day. She said you have 2 months to lose 15 pounds. That's what she said. She did not tell me. She did not say the words eat less than 1,000 calories a day. She said lose 15 pounds in 2 months. Here's the problem though. Here's the issue with losing 15 pounds in 2 months. Losing 15 pounds in 2 months is not tough, right? That's easy. Almost anybody can do that. The problem is from January 1st until middle of March, so 3 months or so, I already lost 15 pounds. I lost 15 pounds already this year. And then when I went to the doctor and my liver test failed again, she said, you need to lose 15 more pounds again, this time more quickly. Otherwise, we have a massive problem here. So that's my issue. It's not that I have to lose 15 pounds in 2 months. It's I have to lose 15 pounds in 2 months after I already lost 15 pounds. Now it gets way harder because the first 15 are the easy ones to lose. Best method to lose weight is to play squash. I played squash before, actually. My uncle Mike, what are the rankings? It's like CBA Open Pro for racquetball. I believe he's an open ranked player. Last Epoch doesn't want me. Stay being a grinding gear games shill. So, Brett, thank you for coming to my stream and insulting me. I'm so happy to tell you. Did you know I'm friends with Carve and Boards and Judd? Especially Boards, the COO of EHG. Did you know I'm really good friends with Muffin Man from EHG? We used to play WoW together. I'm actually friends with EHG. You coming in here and saying that I don't like Last Epoch or Last Epoch doesn't want me is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Brett, listen to me. Look at me, Brett. Look at me. You are the nobody here. It's you. You're the nobody, not me. I'm friends with them. EHG loves me, and I love them. We're going to go study all their new shit in a moment. You're the loser, not me. Go ask them. Go ask them. You're meaningless. You're worthless. I don't even need to ban you. I just sent you to the shadow realm verbally. Go suck a dick, you piece of shit. Got him, boys. Someone's got to tell them, guys. We buried them. I apologize if there are other Bretts in the chat. We were talking to Brett from YouTube, whatever the hell his name is. I apologize to any other Bretts that had some collateral damage there. MJK, the Dark Steve, thank you so much for the subs, guys. We'll watch the whole interview. You banned him while he was typing out his monologue. But Lee, if we would have let him respond, I could have cooked him even more. Guys, I grew up on Xbox Live and in World of Warcraft Battleground chat. Believe me, I am not the person you want to engage with in a verbal or written war. Believe me. Baron's chat. Yeah, but Baron's chat isn't even toxic. Baron's chat is just unimaginable low IQ. Baron's chat is just, where's Mancrick's wife and Echechekare? Riding on the bank roof for hours in circles. Dude, you guys should see my parkour. Yeah, Anal Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Yeah, everybody is calling everybody else every, like, sexist, racist, homophobic slur every 5 minutes on Xbox Live chat. That's like 100% of their vocabulary. WoW is why I'm the best shit talker in my friend group. Am I doing anything else to lose weight other than eat less? Obviously the other thing is doing more exercise. Went on a pretty long walk last night with Callie and Sarah. Not really that long, but longer than normal. Sorry for your loss. Sorry if this isn't the right moment. I just remembered that I was a shitty human being for not saying anything when it was appropriate to. Hey, don't worry, man. When I have a bad day, it's not the world's responsibility to tell me that it's okay. Well, hello, Callie. Are you feeling better? Can you please stop shitting yourself? Is that anything? Yeah. Don't worry, buddy. I think Callie's getting better. Apparently she's still sick. Someone whispered me to buy this for 2 divines? Oh my god. Hopefully he's still there. I just lost 2 divines talking shit to Brett. He still needs it. Lit. That guy has a lot of Jim Bobs. Oh my god, I just made 2 divines. Let's see here. Let's do some math here. How much did I just increase my net worth by? 56 times 2 divided by 8. I just 14x'd my net worth. That's more than 1 divine. This is why we pay Muddy Thunder the big bucks. Dude, we might be able to put guac on our burrito now. $2 divines for that seems kind of expensive. Did you see that item? Look at this item. It has triple T7 res. Triple T7 with T4 hybrid evasion shield with T5 evasion shield. 5 of those stats are almost mirror quality. The only problem with it is the 1 to 3 damage to attacks is a complete brick. Other than that, it's triple T7 res. Thing is godly. Yeah, you might be able to like omen it where like an annul only hits a prefix. If you take the 33% chance and you like have an omen where you can annul a prefix, that's god tier. Yeah, but when that last 3 fire damage helps you kill a white mob, are any of you out there able to kill a white mob? Every white mob I fight is like Ragnaros. Okay, so this is the story rewards. Take mana recovery. Definitely the stun threshold. I guess charm charges gained. Chaos res. I don't have an it series. I told you. The entire cost of this character, I had these gloves already. I spent like 1 exalt for these. I spent like 2 chaos or 2 exalts for these. The total cost of everything for this character, every item, everything was maybe like 20 exalts or something, 30 exalts, half a divine. This is a half of a divine character. What does the unique body do? Increases and reductions to mana regen also apply to energy shield recharge rate. So your energy shield recharges at the speed of light. Why not Spirit Bond for the neck? Let's check Spirit Bond. Could do Spirit Bond. Could do Spirit Bond. How do you get enough spirit for convalescence and blasphemy? The only place I get extra spirit from is the chest piece. 40 spirit from the chest. And then the blink would go on a weapon swap. I never use blink, but you could. Yeah, so I think we're gonna go to last epoch now. I believe the whole thing is here. Why are there 100 blinks here? Let me grab the link. Can I go? Can I open this in a new tab? Then grab it. The related build would be this one. So here is the planner for you guys, for all of you wanting to play it. So there's that. Here is this. There's the link for you. Let me quickly open the leveling lich here. The related build is probably much better with this. Okay. So okay, so that's all done. Wave Shaper looks so ugly. Yeah, it kind of does. Okay, so let's change the category here. Let's go to last epoch. So what should we do, guys? Should we watch the interview or should we just read the patch notes? How good was the interview? Was there a lot of new stuff in the interview that we need to see, or watch the YouTube video? Okay, I got every answer. Okay. Let's just start with the actual. Let's just watch this. Start with this.
Hello, travelers. I'm Judd Kobler, game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games. I'm excited to tell you more about the long-anticipated content coming in Season 2 called Tombs of the Erased, releasing on April 17th. For Season 2, we took more time and focused on the things that our players were telling us they'd like to see next, like expanding the endgame, more content variety, balance, and more. Season 2 is truly a massive update, and there's plenty to cover, so let's dive in. In Season 2, you are introduced to the Woven, a new in-game faction. Their followers worship the Weaver, a titan who seeks to create a new world free from the void and other imperfections. When exploring the Monolith of Fate, you'll encounter procedurally generated tombs and...
Wait a minute. Don't the graphics on that look way better? Wait, look at the graphics here.
Worship the Weaver, a titan who seeks to create a new world free from the void and other imperfections. When exploring the Monolith of Fate,
Wait. Everything looks better. I play Last Epoch. I know what it looks like. Wait, this looks way better. Let me quickly open up a Word document. I want to take some notes here. Give me a second. I'm going to take some notes. You know me and my note taking. Last Epoch patch notes. Okay. Okay.
You'll encounter procedurally generated tombs and cemetery side zones, in which the Weaver has been experimenting with souls and memories to make her new world. The Woven seek to perfect the Weaver's design by sending the Traveler to the tombs and cemeteries to cull her flawed creations. These tomb and cemetery side zones are the foundation for interacting with our new in-game systems in Season 2. Inside these zones, you'll find the Woven, who have captured souls for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will...
Wait a minute. I mean, just honestly, look how much better the graphics look. I don't understand. What happened?
Seek to perfect the Weaver's design by sending the Traveler to the tombs and cemeteries to cull her flawed creations. These tomb and cemetery side zones are the foundation for interacting with our new in-game systems in Season 2. Inside these zones, you'll find the Woven, who have captured souls for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will release the souls, which will then flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities and increased health and damage, and when slain drop Memory Amber, a new currency used in the Weaver faction. You'll want to collect as much Memory Amber as you can throughout the zones. Tombs and cemeteries will end with a unique boss fight that, if completed, will reward you with the ability to access the Woven Enchanter, which can enchant one of your class-specific idols. Enchanting an idol via the Woven Enchanter will add a new affix of a random tier and an amount of Weaver's Touch. Weaver's Touch is converted to randomly upgrade the affix applied and/or add an additional affix to the idol that can also be upgraded if there's additional Weaver's Touch to be converted, much like the Weaver's Will mechanic. These may have up to 2 enchanted affixes total. This conversion of Weaver's Touch happens as you gain experience while having the idol equipped. The first enchantment of an idol is free. Re-enchanting the same idol costs Memory Amber each time and rerolls a new enchantment affix, replacing the previous affixes. To keep non-class idols competitive, we've added new idol subtypes with more powerful modifiers as well. Completing a cemetery, the larger of the 2 types of side zones, will also give access to an altar of the Weaver. Altars are used to place the Weaver's constructed realities into the Echo Web, which take form as and are called Woven Echoes. Woven Echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes, glimpses into the Weaver's new world that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's endgame. These drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the Woven faction NPC, Mask. Woven Echoes will provide new challenges and objectives, such as access to brand new bosses like the Draw Queen and Ignixoros the Antipode Dragon, or enhanced versions of existing bosses like Majasa with new abilities, and even an Uber version of the pinnacle boss Aberoth introduced in Season 1. But beware, defeating Uber Aberoth is only accomplishable by the most skilled players and powerful characters in Eterra. There are many powerful rewards tied to Woven Echoes, such as unique forges giving you special ways to craft items not found anywhere else in the game, access to new unique items only found by defeating these bosses, and even ways to accelerate in-game progression for alt characters by bringing a timeline's corruption up to match the corruption of another character's timeline. We'll go over some Woven Echoes momentarily. So far, there are 37 different types of Woven Echoes being introduced with Season 2 and more to come. Once you've found and completed your first cemetery, you'll catch the attention of Mask, the Weaver's High Priest, who will bring you to the Haven of Silk to tell you more about the Woven and then invite you to join them. Joining and gaining rank with the Woven will allow you to unlock more Woven Echoes and give you access and points to spend in the new Weaver's Tree. The Weaver's Tree allows you to influence the encounters and rewards in the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency over your in-game experience. Some options include having a chance for Arena Echoes to be replaced with Super Arena Echoes, which contain champion enemies, or having items with Weaver's Will be rolled twice and keeping the higher value of the two, or sometimes letting a Shade of Orbis ambush you in your Echoes for additional drops and challenge. Some key nodes allow items and woven echoes to be imprinted into the tree, yielding different effects. Like imprinting a woven echo, giving it a chance to spawn in your echo web without placing it via the altar of the Weaver in cemeteries. Or imprint an item to make it so that an item of the same type and rarity is granted as an additional reward when completing echoes. Or imprint an item and there will be a chance for enemies in regular echoes to drop a pile of items similar to the imprinted one. There are many fun and exciting options in the Weaver's Tree that allow you to shape your end-game experience and loot hunt. We can't wait to hear your feedback.
I can't believe how much
Now
better
that we've
the game
covered the
looks.
basics, let's talk about a bit more of the interesting itemization and crafting options coming with Season 2, largely enabled via these woven echoes. In Season 2, we're introducing set item crafting, which can be accessed via the Great Bridge Woven Echo. Shattering a set item grants you 1 to 4 set affix shards you can then use to craft your own reforged set items. Each set item is associated with one specific shard unique to that set item that when crafted onto an item makes it act as that set item. This means that you can craft your own reforged set items that count for the set's bonuses, and you can mix and match these by using the original set items together with the reforged set items. You can craft these onto different item subtypes. Only one type of set affix shard can be applied to any individual item, and this item cannot be used in legendary crafting via the Eternity Cache. We're also adding the ability to re-roll the legendary potential of uniques via the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo. The unique must have at least one legendary potential. Rerolling the legendary potential possesses quite a significant risk, as if the legendary potential fails to go up, it will instead go down all the way to 0. This is a worthy risk, as many times to get an upgrade, you need to have more than one legendary potential. And even in the case that it ends up going down to 0, you can then attempt to upgrade it again via the Nemesis Egg, providing multiple new chances to turn an item that might not be an upgrade into an upgrade. In the Orden's Watch Woven Echo, you can replace attributes, strength, dexterity, attunement, or intelligence, with another, as long as the affix isn't sealed. This costs 1 forging potential from the item. The tier and roll range of the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix. In the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Will item or set item to re-roll the mod and implicit values of a matching item. The item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater legendary potential or Weaver's Will. Rune of Research and Glyph of Insight have been removed and replaced by the Thaumaturgy device at the end of the Rune Prison Complex Woven Echo, where you can replace a prefix with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. This makes the process of crafting experimental affixes much simpler. The exiled mages you encounter will have a chance to drop this Woven Echo. We're also adding some brand new crafting materials, such as Rune of Weaving, which speeds up your Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch item conversions. Using a Rune of Weaving will convert some Weaver's Will or Touch to add additional affixes or affix tiers, like you would gain by slaying enemies with the item equipped. Rune of Havoc, which shuffles the tiers of affixes of an exalted item. Sealed affixes are unaffected by this action. For example, you could potentially use the Rune of Havoc to change Tier 1 Strength to Tier 7 on an item that had a different affix at Tier 7 previously. Rune of Redemption, which rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range. Again, sealed affixes are unaffected. Another crafting update we believe you guys will be excited about is when using the Eternity Cache in Temporal Sanctum Tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that is guaranteed to be applied to the legendary that you're about to create. Season 2 brings an additional challenge for players.
Did he say
with
the
newly introduced
LP on it?
champion enemies that spawn in the campaign, monolith, and dungeon. Champions are powerful versions used to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range. Again, sealed affixes are unaffected. Another crafting update we believe you guys will be excited about is when using the Eternity Cache in Temporal Sanctum Tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that
Tier
is
2 or above.
guaranteed
Yeah, that's what I
to
thought
be
he
applied
said.
to the legendary that you're about to create. Season 2 brings an additional challenge for players with newly introduced champion enemies that spawn in the campaign, monolith, and dungeon. Champions are powerful versions of enemies with additional and altered abilities that spawn with 3 additional random modifiers,
it's the dungeon he
including
was talking
one
about.
champion
Okay.
mod. They drop extra loot when killed and even have a
it's the
small chance to
dungeon.
drop much rarer loot, like a pile of unique items. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with a Volcano champion's affix. These mods have unique affixes rarely seen elsewhere and can be very powerful when used with the correct builds. We've made many updates to both the monolith and dungeons. Monoliths have new objectives, like slaying enemies until a cocooned item drops, which is a unique item that has a higher chance to have legendary potential when identified, or the need to seal deadly void rifts that have begun appearing in the echoes. You can now reach empowered monoliths on alts much more quickly, as we've made characters in the same environment share Monolith of Fate timeline unlocks. We've improved arenas by having enemy waves spawn more quickly, and increased enemies' movement speed so that they don't take as long to reach you. And we've updated Echo Spire objectives, so that the spires are guarded by a mini-boss and only attack you once you've engaged the Guardian. This means that they will no longer shoot at you from all the way across the map. For dungeons, we're introducing Dungeon Charms, which can modify a dungeon run. We're introducing 2 charms with this patch, one of which is called a Portal Charm that can be used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain a random assortment of mods that you would have gained along the way. We've also added the Black Market Key Trader to Majelka's Upper District in the Divine Era, where you can exchange any 3 dungeon keys for a Portal Charm. In dungeons, you can now use a key to respawn either on the floor you've gotten to or at the boss, instead of needing to repeat the entire dungeon. Please, don't test this as a hardcore character. It will not save you. In Season 2, the Sentinel class is receiving a ton of updates, from small adjustments to skills to fully reworking others. Paladin and Void Knight are receiving major overhauls to their mastery passive trees, and Forge Guard is receiving some additions, like a passive allowing them to wield a 2-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. Volatile Reversal has been completely reworked, including a brand new skill tree. By default, it is now a combo traversal skill, where the first use of the skill sends you forward in time to a location to strike enemies in an area, while the second use sends you back in time to your original location, once again striking enemies in that area. You can build for melee or spell damage, and the tree offers some great interaction with other skills like Devouring Orb. We've renamed Sigils of Hope to Symbols of Hope to free up the term for the planned skill sigil system coming later, and have updated its functionality. Symbols of Hope now automatically generate symbols for you, meaning no spending mana or stopping to cast it. Actively using the ability now consumes the symbols to grant ward and temporary damage reduction. Devouring Orb at a baseline now also deals void damage over time in an area around it, and these damaging areas can stack. Its skill tree has been updated with cool new possibilities, including a node that instantly casts it for you whenever you move. No more numlock needed, and no more getting interrupted every time it casts. Most Sentinel skills received a variety of small to moderate updates to improve their power and offer additional build options. Examples include Multi-Strike that has been given more support to deal single target damage by allowing additional swords to hit the same target. Vengeance has been updated to include conversions to both Fire and Void. Rive can now be converted to Void. Javelin's Divine Fury and Siege Barrage nodes now work together. Hammer Throw has received buffs to non-spiraling nodes. Shield Throw no longer has a cooldown at base and has a node to allow it to bounce from the player. And Time Rot is now a viable, distinctly unique damaging ailment for Void Knights. We're also very excited to bring a new skill to Marksman, Heartseeker. Heartseeker shoots a single target arrow that seeks a nearby targeted enemy and has a chance to recurve, meaning it pierces and comes back to hit the target again. When building for Heartseeker, you'll likely want to increase the recurve chance, allowing it to pierce and hit the same enemy many times. If the target is destroyed, and Heartseeker would have recurved, it will instead seek another nearby target. Heartseeker's skill tree gives options to be converted to fire and cold, has lots of support for poison and bleed, can be used as utility to generate mana and different shrouds, and even to provide global buffs granting added throwing and spell damage. You can also remove the base functionality where Heartseeker seeks a new target after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into puncture skill procs that fire towards nearby enemies. Heartseeker requires 30 points in the marksman tree, and Hail of Arrows has been moved to the 35-point skill unlock slot. Season 2 is bringing quite a lot of balance changes. Health builds are generally more effective as there is much more access to health modifiers across the game. Health affixes and health regeneration have been buffed, and health granted per level has been increased. Ward builds are still powerful, but outliers allowing for massive ward generation have been rebalanced. In general, many skills have received buffs, as our goal is to make many more builds viable for in-game content, and previous meta builds that were overperforming have been brought in line. Skills such as Black Hole, Elemental Nova, Tornado, Flurry, and Shurikens have had their damage effectiveness increased. We expect there to be a lot of new builds that players are excited to try out in Season 2. Idle enchantments and new non-class specific Weaver idols will also raise the power level floor for all builds. Many unique items have received a pass to help make them more useful. For example, Eye of Reen can once again be used with Warpath and other skills which hit with indirect attacks. Boulder's Wrath can proc Earthquake twice as much as before, and Stormbreaker can now gain Storm stacks instead of a small chance to cast Lightning Strike. We've also applied some quality of life updates to multiple skills, like Warcry's Berserk lasting 50% longer. Dreadshade no longer has a duration. You can hold 3 black arrows from Darkquiver at once. And we've increased the amount of shortcutting you can do with movement skills by increasing the distance you can travel with them over gaps. Loot lizards will spawn a bit less baseline in Season 2, but there will be more scenarios where you'll be excited to find them, and you can also increase their spawn rate via the Weaver tree. In Season 2, we're introducing 25 new unique items. This includes 8 new Weaver's Will uniques and 4 early backer uniques. About half of these are tied to new tombs, cemeteries, and Woven Echo bosses, while the other half expand on the overarching drop pool. And there are plenty of additional improvements coming with Season 2 to be excited about. You can now respec your mastery for gold in the End of Time. The cost of respecializing your mastery is a lot cheaper in the lower to mid levels, so it's easier to experiment, but it increases as your character level goes up. We're introducing a beta version of WASD movement. You can access this via the Settings gameplay menu. We'll be monitoring player feedback on this implementation, and we're excited to hear your feedback. We have updated the inventory to have tabs to separate out keys and the new Woven Echoes, and we've also introduced automatic storing as an option that will be on by default, so that when you pick up crafting items like shards, they will immediately go to your crafting materials panel. Both of these updates make inventory management much nicer, and needing to be dealt with much less frequently. For Gamepad, we have completely reworked skill targeting, which improves every single skill and skill mutation, making targeting and using abilities more intuitive and responsive. We can also now make updates to individual skills targeting much more easily, so we'll be looking for your feedback and improving these even further. There are a ton of additional updates and fixes in Season 2, and we invite you to read the full patch notes on our forum. Along with all these incredible updates coming in Season 2, we're excited to announce a new batch of supporter packs known as the Woven series. Each of these 4 supporter packs offers new and unique ways to customize your appearance, and the team has cooked up some pretty amazing offerings. Starting with the Woven Traveler pack. We really wanted our entry-level pack to have some pretty awesome stuff. And what better way to travel through Eterra than with your own capybara pet? That's right, it wasn't an April Fool's joke after all. You will also score 2 new weapon cosmetics, a backslot cosmetic, and all new color arrangements for your evade skill. That's right, with Season 2, we've implemented skill cosmetics, and you'll find many more in the in-game store. The Woven Templar is the next tier in the Woven series and brings some serious heat. To start, you get all of the cosmetics from the Woven Traveler, and then, to kick off the Templar pack, We start with a full cosmetic armor set known as the Bronze Scale Plate. But the fire doesn't stop there. You're also getting Yoshok's Destroyer, a massive two-handed hammer cosmetic, a new portal skin, another fiery evade cosmetic, and the first look at the fire footprint cosmetic, and an additional 100 Epoch points to use in the in-game cosmetic shop. Up next, and second tier in the Woven series, is the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack, and this pack is charged and ready. As with the previous tiers, the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack also includes all cosmetic items from the Woven Templar and Woven Traveler packs. Kicking off the Woven Vanquishers pack, players will harness the power of the storm with the Thunderfang cosmetic armor set. You'll also receive the Tempest Gate Portal, Storm Drake Wings back attachment, Storm Dragon Staff, Storm Walker Evade effect, and Lightning Footprints. And finally, if you're looking to get everything the Woven series of supporter packs has to offer, then the top tier Woven Legends supporter pack is the one for you. Harnessing the visual prowess of the Weaver herself, don the Shroud of Woven Disciple cosmetic armor set. Be sure to bring along your faithful companion, the Thread Strider pet.
I'll just buy the most expensive one
You
to
will
help
also
them.
receive 4 unique evade cosmetics and the Weaver Footprints visual effect.
I'll just buy the whole
The
thing.
Woven Legends supporter pack also includes all of the cosmetic offerings from the Woven Vanquisher, Woven Templar, and Woven Traveler supporter packs. This really is the Get Everything pack. We're also adding many more items you can purchase with Epoch points in the store, including those awesome new skill cosmetic effects.
Dude, that looks awesome.
We sincerely appreciate your support and hope you enjoy Last Epoch Season 2. Thank you for your patience, as this one took a bit longer to get out, but we hope that the wait was worth it, and we'll aim to be delivering seasonal patches more quickly going forward. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you in Atera for the launch of Tombs of the Erased on April 17th.
Wow. That was beautiful. All right. That was very strong. Okay, you guys want to watch the interview now? It's on Aaron Action RPG's thing, right? Is he still interviewing? Okay, he's done. So I'm going to go into his thing and rewind. Okay. Wait. Oh, he doesn't have his... Oh, he doesn't have his rebroadcasts available. Oh. I actually can't watch it. Well. Check YouTube. Does he dual stream? Does Aaron Action RPG dual stream? Yeah, this works. Thank you. Nice. Let's give him a like there.
Testing.
Okay.
We're testing, you know.
Hello, everyone.
Tell me how the volume is, guys.
Why, hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 10 of the Town Portal podcast. We had a couple of technical difficulties, and hopefully all those technical difficulties have been taken out.
I'm
hopefully
such a
we're gonna
cutie.
have a great show for
Thank
everyone.
you.
I'm sorry. What a
Louder?
nightmare We had a bunch of people watching.
That's as loud
and
as I
then,
can make it. I
things
can't
didn't
make it
go
louder.
as
How's
planned,
that?
So hopefully everything is taken care of. I had to rebuild all the scenes and get all the audio. So we're going to test and see how everything sounds. Judd, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Aaron. How are you doing today?
Good. Can everybody hear Judd
Fine.
without an echoing ring?
Hello, hello, hello.
So we can go up
Fixed.
here.
Perfect.
Oh, nice,
Great.
nice.
Grand,
Hey.
lovely, amazing. Hey, listen.
It was just a quick fix, right?
Yeah, it was a really quick fix. I only had to restart my computer twice, rebuild 4 different scenes, get all the cameras set up, get the audio set up, get the name tag set up, then retest it, then reboot the scene. It only took a few seconds to get it going. Mike, can you tell me about your morning routine, sir, so I could test your audio?
Yeah, my morning routine is very boring. I roll out of bed and have a snack and turn on my computer. That's about it.
What a
about for
god.
breakfast? What do you eat for breakfast?
I get these like little things called Aussie Bites. And they're like, I don't know. There's like grains and seeds and stuff in them, and they're delicious. And I
Okay.
have a little protein shake.
That sounds good. I like your shirt too. Everyone's gonna want one of those. Carve, talk to me about your morning routine.
I don't roll out of bed before I, stay there for at least a half an hour after waking up because I just can't get myself up.
Okay,
Uh,
let's
so
talk
you're
about Last
saying you're more of
Epoch.
A night person?
yeah.
My routine is waking up at moment.
You wait.
Moment, yeah. There's no.
3 a.m. Let's get ready. Yeah,
I got you.
I'm testing. 1,
Okay.
2, 3.
Welcome to Judd, Mike, Ross, and Carve with us. This is the last tour of the Erased podcast. And again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Today, we're going to be talking about all things Season 2, Tombs of the Erased, and maybe a little of the Beyond. Today, EHG might have broken a record with releasing 100 pages of patch notes, which is absolutely insane. I think we made it through like 1/3 4 hours leading into this podcast, which is very, very cool. So we're going to be discussing that today. Frosty, why don't you say hello to everyone, sir, and do some introductions?
All right. This is the most people we've had on at once, so maybe I might lose breath here, but thanks, Aaron. I'm beyond hyped for today's episode because we've got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 absolute legends from 11th Hour Games joining us. That's right, the brilliant minds behind what is arguably the best ARPG of all time, Last Epoch. First up, we've got Judd, the founder of 11th Hour Games and game director of Last Epoch. This man is an absolute gigachad. He'll give you a thumbs up if he catches you playing Last Epoch on the job, and honestly, that's the kind of leadership I can fully support. Next, we've got Ross, the creative director. He's the hero secretly pushing for your favorite specs to get massive buffs, all while allegedly rescuing puppies in his spare time.
True.
Then we have Mike, the senior technical game designer, Twitch streamer, and the proud holder of the Best Beard title 3 years running. Honestly,
wow.
dude, I'm jealous. And last but not least, Carve, the man, the myth, the legend, a game designer who's been leaking so many exciting features from this upcoming patch. We're honestly just pumped to hear what you've got in store for us today. It is an absolute honor having you all here. Please say hi and introduce yourselves in case I missed anything.
Okay, we know who they are.
And
But
And this is rapid 200, and we know that unfortunately, maybe in the past, EHG has suffered with some server problems. So knowing that there might be 100, 200, 300 people in my chat think you're going to have 500,000 concurrent players. We just kind of wanted to start with how servers are feeling, how confident is EHG with the amount of players that likely will be coming, and just see what you guys have done to plan for servers.
Yeah, our backend team is feeling really good. We've continued to improve our backend infrastructure since the launch of 1.0. You know, now we're doing this with live data and real scenarios, and that's allowed us to fortify these things under actual conditions that we'll see in the wild. We've done things like we've improved our monitoring capabilities, we've reduced our server memory spikes. We reduced the weight of servers just in general, and this, of course, we've also done a lot of stress testing and other things like scaling speed, ancillary service fail state mitigations, etc. And so, and if anything does go awry with the servers at the launch of season 2, we're all going to be at our battle stations ready to fix things very quickly. But yeah, feeling good in that regard.
Okay, so no one's taken off to play Last Epoch the day
There's
of
no
Last
vacations
Epoch.
right now on the 17th.
We'll all be playing and sitting there and monitoring things very closely. So yeah, we'll be joining you guys on launch.
All right, great. So I've been seeing a lot of your promotional materials, the videos. Is it me, or is it looking a lot better graphically in this new season? Have you guys done any changes? What have you done? And is this something you're going to be continuing to do going forward?
Yeah. There's extensive updates in this regard. We do suspect that these will be noticeable. We've got this massive internal campaign going through and auditing all of the player animations and combat sounds and updating those. We're still replacing all of our enemy and VFX that aren't up to our new, much higher level of quality. And you'll be seeing a lot more of this in upcoming season releases as well. But yeah, with the release of season 2, Last Epoch is looking and sounding better than it ever has, for sure. Ross, you've been working very closely in those pipelines. If there's anything specific you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Judd, every season comes with visual upgrades as we update older content. Most of these improvements aren't generally attached to a specific season as a goal. We just continually work to improve visuals. There are some exceptions where we might target a specific large visual improvement project to a release, like when we updated the player shadows and lighting at 1.0, or when we added environmental variants to echoes.
Thank you,
Updating
Rox.
the engine helps with our options here as well. In terms of VFX updates, we target both player VFX and enemy VFX.
We
for
know,
improvement.
ma'am. We'll fix it.
And depending on
I
how
saw that
old
too.
a particular effect is, reworking it can result in abilities looking better and performing better, and being clearer in terms of visual weight and clarity. I think visual clarity is always important, but especially so as you continue to add more complex mechanics to the game. On the sound effects side, it's a similar sort of thing there. We either update older sounds because the sound team have targeted that for improvement, or because there is a visual rework of something that facilitates the need to update the sound there. On the environmental side of things, in terms of level design and textures, we are in the process of a big push there in terms of both the fidelity and clarity when it comes to things like ground textures and contrast, which has a big impact on overall readability when it comes to combat. So yeah, as Judd said, you'll continue to see improvements across the board here with each season.
Now, recently, EHG has done an engine upgrade, and you've basically gone to a newer version of Unity. Has that unlocked more potential for what you can do as designers?
There's certainly been...
Yeah. Go, Judd.
Yeah, there's certainly been aspects of the engine upgrades that gives us more insight into what the code is doing to a deeper degree and what we are able to push going forward. There's upgrading the engine gives a lot of internal ability to improve things. Sometimes it does come with performance upgrades as well. Those are things that we're always excited about. And upgrading the engine is important and something that we do from time to time.
Okay. Cool. 13 pages of bug fixes. How important were getting these bugs taken care of before season 2?
Really important, right? We want people to know that we're going to be pushing higher and higher quality content as the studio and game mature. Lots of bug fixes coming in season 2. And although there will likely always be some bugs floating around, we've got more dedicated resources for bug fixing than we ever have by a large margin. On that note, if you guys end up finding any bugs in game, please do use that in-game bug reporting system. It's super helpful to us. It gives us your logs and character information, which helps us find and fix bugs, literally 1,000 times faster. So if you guys see something, say something for sure, and it's always much appreciated.
I always use it
Nice.
every time I get a bug.
So
I've sent
I
30
didn't
of
get
them
a
at
chance
least.
to read all the notes, believe it or not. I think there's like 100 pages. Along with the 13 pages of bug fixes, I saw like massive amount of buffs for underused abilities.
I'll do many practice
Now,
runs.
I know this is just like a blanket question everyone can answer, Are you guys looking forward to any particular ability specifically that has been buffed to play with in this upcoming season? And everyone can answer one, what their favorite one
Yeah,
is.
it's not buffed well, it's buffed slightly from a damage perspective, but we updated Lightning Blast to actually a chain, and that really helps. So like rather than hitting all enemies at the same time, it sequentially changes, which makes it a lot more satisfying. I think there's a few fixes we've added for this as well, so I'll be trying Lightning Blast.
For me, I'm really excited to be trying out Symbols of Hope now that the functionality has changed. I think that's going to be a major improvement to the Sentinel's skill set. So really, really excited about Symbols.
There's some like little buffs to Smelter's Wrath, and there's potential in them ability hills. So I'm looking forward to eventually what that's going to become.
For me, it's probably gonna. I'm most excited for turning Judgment's Consecrated Ground to Aura. Now that I don't need to dump my entire mana pool anymore, because that node got changed to not dump your mana pool anymore, and since Volatile Reversal doesn't immediately give your mana back all now, so
Nobody said
you
Heartseeker.
can actually use some other skills and don't need to worry about the
Sounds like I'm playing Street Fighter. I'm
Volatile
typing.
Reversal stuff.
I'm typing
Harv,
everything
I know
that
what
they
you're
say.
doing. You're trying to bring a true RF to Last Epoch. Don't try and fool anybody. We know what you're doing. Come on.
We have a
We
couple
also
of
get-
skills that are basically like Righteous Fire. That being one of them, and one of the uniques coming for Acolyte, I think gives you somewhat similar playstyle.
Oh boy. Frosty, I can tell you that I'm probably going to be the only content creator in the world that's going to be playing Summon Bear for my season start. We are going to make a Primalist Beastmaster Summon Bear build.
I mean, I'm probably going along with majority of people that I've talked to and just going Heartseeker because I love bows, and I'm so happy with that. I am so unbelievably happy with that. That's hands down what I'm going.
Very nice. All right, guys, I don't know who wants to tackle this question. I feel like once season 2 comes out, there's going to be a lot of questions around this. WASD movement in beta form. What's the future of WASD in Last Epoch? Potential strafing, using right thumbstick to shoot as you move backwards. What's the kind of future vision of WASD?
Yeah, I can answer this one here. There's a lot on the table and a lot up in the air still. What it's going to look like at the very end of the line of like when do we take that beta tag off of the feature type thing? It's such a feel dependent thing. So we need to make sure that the changes that we're making are things that feel good and things that feel good in Last Epoch specifically. So there's so many abilities that interact differently with this type of like input movement. And actually adding in active strafing to abilities is a huge power spike to a lot of situations. And so like it's on the table, but it is not guaranteed. So we are going to be testing things out and seeing what feels best. There's also like a lot of animation requirements for doing that, and we do have some new tools from animations coming down the pipe that are really big upgrades for the visual fidelity and also just how they feel in game when you're using them. It's going to help us make this feel a lot better going forward once we do get that beta tag off. I don't know if Ross has anything about that.
Yeah, there's a level design aspect to this too as well, where you need to, we need to adjust areas to feel good with WASD as well. We're doing that for all of the new areas that we're creating, so tombs and cemeteries, and in future seasons. But we will need to revisit some specific areas in the campaign and in Monolith as well to ensure that the level is laid out to work well with WASD.
Nice.
Cool.
I just got to get this out of the way first. This is a massive, massive patch, massive season. There's so much being added. Is everything that's being added now going to be permanent and also available for legacy servers?
Yeah, everything that we're adding right now is permanent content. We think it's very important to make sure that the game is stacked with fun content. And when we released 1.0, we didn't quite have enough to start to introduce temporary mechanics. Introducing temporary mechanics or systems with seasonal releases is likely something we'll do because there is large benefit to doing that. You can release something, have it tested, see what sentiment is like, and you don't have any commitment to keeping it in the game, or if people don't like it, you could of course pull it. So it is likely something that we end up doing long term, but right now all of the content coming into the game is intended to be permanent. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think there's one exception. This isn't anything to do with actual content. It's just that the chat announcements, the seasonal chat announcements, do not happen in Legacy. So there's one different thing.
Yes.
What doesn't happen? What?
It's just that the chat announcements, the seasonal chat announcements, do not happen.
Oh, the
in
chat
Legacy.
announcements
So
of
there's
like who
one.
kills
Oh,
what
yes.
first or whatever. That?
And what are those announcements going to be, Carve?
Probably gonna see me die in hardcore.
Oh,
for one.
jeez.
Yeah.
Loot Lizards
first-
got hit with a pretty big nerf, 40% reduction. What would people expect the loot increase to be? So right now you probably see a couple Loot Lizards almost every echo. Are we going to be super excited to see them from the loot that they drop?
I mean, they've got a ton of really great loot already. We're not actually buffing the loot on them a ton. There's a lot of new methods for you to get access to loot lizards. So you can spawn them in your echo webs through the Weaver tree. You can also the scale charm as well. So there's lots of new ways, and there's definitely not a bunch of pings happening right now. It's distracting me or anything.
Yeah, you're telling me.
There's a lot of new ways to get access to the loot lizards when you really want them a lot. So you're still gonna be able to spawn a whole bunch of them, but they'll just spawn less consistently and just randomly, and you'll stumble across them a little bit less.
Yeah,
Nice.
one big point of feedback was that the loot lizards were like extremely saturated in campaign. So the reduction in amount of loot lizards you find is mostly notable on campaign because with the Weaver tree, and then there might be a Woven Echo that contains loot lizards. You can in Endgame get a decent amount of loot lizards still.
Well, speaking of loot in campaign, I know these champion monsters, these like mini boss type monsters that have been added to the game, will be in campaign. They have a potential of dropping, I think it was a pile of uniques. Is this something that could possibly happen in the very early stages of your new character in a campaign?
Yes.
I'm actually not sure.
I'm not sure actually. Can we ask Holly that, and we can get
Holly's
back to
checking.
you on the answer to that?
Yeah,
I suspect the
short
answer
for
is yes,
this.
but I'm not.
They are
I mean,
difficult, and if you don't have any gear from previous characters, and you're like a fresh start character, and you see one right at the start or as early as they can be seen, they are quite difficult.
While
Yeah,
we're
I'll
waiting
check
for
it
that
out right now.
answer, when you guys see loot lizards or hear them, does anybody else hear dolphins? Somebody at EHG must hear a dolphin. I can't be the only person.
You might be the only person.
No way.
Yeah.
Mike says yes.
I hear where you're coming from there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's like a dolphin and a murloc had a baby.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. I would accept that.
They can drop a pile of uniques very early.
Okay.
Like a pile of exalted items as well. Some of the loot drop types are in-game only, but uniques
pile
can be
of
at any level.
I mean, that's great news for speedrunners.
Yeah, you're not getting piles of exalted items on campaign.
Yeah, but uniques can be at any level.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been a lot of shift on loot drops more towards magic and rare enemies as well as making those enemies tougher. What prompted that change, and are other loot pools going to change maybe in the future?
Let me go back.
Towards magic and rare.
Exalted items on campaign.
Yeah, but uniques can be at any level.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's been a lot of shift on loot drops more towards magic and rare enemies as well as making those enemies tougher. What prompted that change, and are other loot pools going to change maybe in the future, or is that kind of where you want to take loot?
Well, we don't have anything to really share about future loot pool changes right now. As for the question about the magic and rare enemies, it just improves the feel and flow of the game a lot. you fight these not normal enemies, and then they'll drop some, a bit better loot compared to everything else. And you don't have to be clicking these shards and runes and whatnot that normal enemies currently drop quite often. So it just means that you loot a lot less often. So it just feels better. It just feels better. That's what we found out when we tested it.
Nice. So these new woven echoes seem really cool. Is there a way of getting them, I don't know, through the auction house or the merchants guild, or increasing drop rate through Circle of Fortune, or does everyone have kind of like an even playing field?
They're
tradable.
not tradable. You can't
Okay.
get them in the bazaar.
Circle of Fortune players will get a bit more of them through their perks. But other than that, they are pretty equal.
Okay.
Some major changes were made to enemy dot, so damage over time. A 50% reduction in corruption scaling, as well as 15% less damage to players. Was dot overtuned, or was it just requiring too much of a gear commitment?
I mean, both. We don't have. It's a lot easier to mitigate hits. There's a lot more systems that specifically mitigate hits. So there's a couple different ways to go about it. We could provide a lot more ways to mitigate dot, or we could just make dots be less dangerous, so you don't have to go out of your way on already very limited pool of affixes to start tanking all of the dots. So we just felt it was better to not put more pressure on that, and instead just overall reduce the damage dots do. Obviously, you still probably want to have a source of cleansing for all the ailments in the end game.
I feel like this is going to be something that players really feel and notice when they play Endgame for Last Epoch. Most of the time when you die, it's like a poison or bleed nemesis, or it's Gaspar or some dot that like smokes through all your defenses. So I think this is going to be a great change.
Yeah, I think we were about halfway through the development process for the season, and I had a distinct memory of watching some streamers specifically struggling here. I think it was Karn as well. It was quite passionate about telling us with this. But yeah, I think they changed.
Good job, Karn.
Really positive.
Yeah,
Nice.
There's also other things we can do, and we have actually done in a lot of enemies recently, where when a dot spawns, it doesn't do its like maximum damage immediately, and it just ramps up. So if you're standing on it at the beginning when it spawns, it doesn't necessarily do all of its damage, and then if you just AFK there, it's obviously going to die. Or if you walk onto it later, it's going to be way more dangerous to help, so that when they spawn, you don't immediately have to be ready to dive out potentially, and it gives you a bit more leeway there.
So we're getting some pretty cool news in from the team right now, and I promise this isn't scripted or planned. The team is pinging us right now saying that our stretch build has passed QA, and so we will actually be adding another list of patch notes that were not included initially, and we can show some cool things that we were excited to get in that we weren't sure was going to come on day one. But we have some. It looks like Photon pushed in some new visuals for the Monolith Hub, which is really cool. This is pretty neat. We're all very excited about this. And then we'll ask them to post the additional patch notes in the Discord for us, so we can go over those too. And then we'll have to actually add them to the patch notes themselves.
Yeah, they will be added.
Hold on, how many more pages of patch? So we're at 100 patch notes.
Oh, it's not one page.
It's like one additional page.
Okay,
but they're good. They're good.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll take that. That's awesome. That is very cool.
Basically, just rolling the first hotfix into the launch build.
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. Frosty, what do you got?
Nice. Oh, okay. Well, I might not have a lot of time coming up to play a lot, so thank you for the mastery respecking, because I would like to be able to maybe switch my mastery without leveling up a whole new character to like 90. I think I saw on the video like a high level character is like 500,000 gold or something. It's definitely attainable. What made you decide to allow mastery respecking?
And just before someone answers that question, if you are out there and don't know, Frosty LaRue's wife is due tomorrow with their first baby. So they're having a baby girl. So
I knew
wasn't even
that.
sure if he was going to make it for today's podcast, but just huge congratulations. Excited for you.
Thank you.
Excited for
Thank you,
So-
guys.
And EHG, everyone in chat is saying that he should name his daughter Ellie. Get it? L. It's not very funny.
I like
All right,
it.
there
I
you
think
go.
I'm thinking Aberos.
Sponsored.
Abby could be another. Abby could be
Abby
another.
could be another good one.
Abby's a good one,
That's
too.
Abby,
true.
yeah, there you go.
That's true.
Yeah, well, so with respect to like the pass rate respec, it's one of those things that people it was a pain point for some people who are like starting out, and they all they do is just look at the maybe the broad theming of a class, and they're like, oh, that's something I played in another game, and you dive right in. You get to Endgame, and it's not like maybe we've taken the class in a different direction than you're expecting or something like that, and you're like, oh, I wish I'd actually taken a Beastmaster instead of a Druid or something like that, and just that little shift. And then on your very first character, you look back and it took you so many hours to do the campaign because you've never done it before, and there's like that big pain point moment, and we just didn't want people to bounce out of the game right then. And so this was a really good opportunity to give people a way to keep playing and keep experiencing and keep evolving their character. And like we wanted the cost to be something that was significant enough that it's not just a hey, I'm gonna go switch my mastery today because I feel like it, but not so debilitating that you're like, okay, I'm gonna farm for this week so I can afford my mastery respec next week. And like it's a new thing, and we're gonna be paying attention to feedback and making adjustments as we need to here going forward. But yeah, it's something that we're using more as like a relief valve for fixing a mistake rather than like a tool to be leveraged. And I think the really big similarity here is the being able to switch between COF and MG. And like that's not something I see a lot of people being like, I'm gonna leverage these two together to switch back and forth. And that's sort of the relationship we want, is where it's fixing a pain point for players, not really a tool to be followed in build guides so much. And like I'm sure it'll pop up from time to time in these places, but expecting more one-way switches than repeat switches.
I'm happy that you guys put it in the game, but I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty surprised. This was one of those questions, Mike, that you've gotten for 5 years, where it's always been like, we want something to feel permanent. So it was a nice surprise, but I was surprised.
Yep.
Give me 1 second, guys. I think Callie has to go potty. All right.
Yeah, we have to stay flexible and we have to be ready to change and adapt. And I think this is a good example of that. We're gonna keep making the best decisions for the game in its current state.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well,
I think as long
keep
as
going.
long as you can't swap a mage into a sentinel, we're probably good here. So
Can't swap the
A lot of
class,
plastic surgery.
yeah.
right? Something that's been coming up more and more when everybody's watching these trailers, looking at the patch notes, is power creep. So with the introduction of being able to enchant your idols, with the ability to guarantee your 1 LP slams, with the ability to switch out your attributes, and all these new items and gear, champion affixes, what are the thoughts around power creep and trying to keep that under control?
Yeah, it's an important topic. So we incrementally buff monsters almost every patch because we don't want the player power to start to drastically outpace monster power when we elevate the player power floor with additions like you're calling out right now. That prevents us from having to do things like introduce a patch where we buff monsters very significantly, which can feel very jarring to players. So just as we continue to elevate the floor of player power, we will incrementally buff monsters with these outgoing patches.
Okay.
Nice. So, I mean, speaking of player power, with the massive amount of changes pretty much every ability has in the game, there's going to be some builds that just explode with damage, and you might not even foresee this. Is there any plans on maybe reining those in if you see certain builds just being ridiculously overpowered, and maybe the same
busted builds, yeah.
How are you going to handle that? Is that something where it's like time to nerf it to the ground, or maybe nerf it a little bit? What's your theory on that?
We just don't do mid-season balance changes. It's just extremely disheartening and disruptive to pull the mat from underneath you're playing a good build and there's no box or anything involved, and then suddenly your build is gone. It's just a horrible feeling. And when we polled the community on this topic, it was pretty obvious that unless bugs are causing it, just keep it intact, and it's aligned pretty well with our internal thoughts on the matter.
It's a good take.
And
Now
obviously,
we do address any bugs that present outlier cases like this, and so it might be that something has broken, and then you're scaling way higher than intended because of that. We do fix issues in that regard. Another thing that will allow this to feel better is that we need to start releasing seasons more rapidly than the release between 1.1 and 1.2. So if there is something that's very overpowered, and we would want to have the opportunity to balance that sooner than having a patch release, in the same time span as 1.1 to 1.2.
Okay.
yeah, the TLDR, no balance changes, but bug fixes.
Yes.
Got it. If it's bugged,
Yes.
you'll patch it. If it's just broken from over tuning, it stays until the next season. Okay. Judd, I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my next question. You said something where everybody was like, oh yeah, we'll believe it when we see it. So I just thought we could bring it up now. On the first tour of the Erase podcast, you said something with Rax and Zizarin that the goal for time in between seasons is actually 3 months, and then if it goes to, I think that's, or if it goes to 3.5, so be it. If it goes to 4 months, so be it. But really, the goal in between patches is 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, we think the most healthy cadence for releasing content for Last Epoch in the future will be at a 3-month cadence.
Oh, here we go.
It's something that, again, we are getting our legs when it comes to games as a service and the live operations model. We are doing way better than we ever have about making content in parallel. So there are many things that we have in development for future season releases already. So we're making really good progress to what we need to do to make that happen. So the ultimate goal will be 3-month seasonal releases. I think it's more appropriate to say 4 months is something that we feel like is reasonable for 11th hour games at the moment, but certainly not this large gap that we've had between 1.1 and 1.2. The gap between 1.1 and 1.2 was really based on player feedback and people telling us that they really wanted to see additional in-game, these quality of life improvements. And so we had an internal debate about what we were going to do, because we even had a roadmap posted with content that we were coming out with for 1.2. And with all the feedback that we were ingesting, we were like, it's going to make us feel like we are just blind to the feedback that we're receiving if we create the content that was positioned to come in the previous version of 1.2. So we decided it was time for us to, go heads down, listen to the players, focus on the stuff that you guys want, and that is the result of what we have coming in Season 2. It did take a little bit longer to come out, but we do think that people are really going to enjoy the efforts and the content going into this patch.
Awesome. I'm excited for Season 2, and obviously I'm excited for Season 3 because Mike has talked about some Necro stuff. So, I just... Anyways, what do you got, Frosty?
So I was looking at the video you released earlier, and they talked about the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, which is basically you're fighting a gauntlet of bosses. Roughly how many bosses are we fighting in a row here? Is it like 2 or is it like 10? What is it?
I think it's 2.
Okay.
Yeah, Holly.
I think it's more.
Yeah,
no,
it's
a lot more.
It's more than 2, and there's champions in there too.
No, I think it's
7.
It's
Okay.
7. Yeah.
That feels like a gauntlet.
And
Yes.
it's not just bosses. But the bosses have their little champions with them.
Okay.
They have their minions as well.
Well, I'm looking
There's
forward
like
to that.
a champion that's like paired with each boss.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So we got mastery respec. That was something that EHG was flexible on. In the past, it's like, no, not out right now. We don't want to do it. They brought that in.
We were subbing there for a while, yep.
Something else that has been added to the game is we've always been able to jump through the dungeons to kind of jump through the campaign on alt characters. But something that was always kind of a pain point is you didn't get your idols and you didn't get your passive points, which means you still had to just run this quests anyways. So most people didn't use that feature. Now with Season 2, you could be able to jump through the dungeons and you can get some of your passive points and some of your idols. I thought somebody from EHG could talk through the thought process on this and why the decision was made.
Yeah, so the dungeon keys were added as a campaign skip for alt characters. This is something we don't want the keys to drop earlier than where they're dropping right now for your first campaign playthrough, because for new players, this could result in a lot of confusion. They could go and complete the dungeon and then they're spit out the other side at a much higher zone level. And for a new player that doesn't understand that, that can be frustrating, or they just don't think that they've done the right thing. And so we intend this to be a campaign skip for alt characters. One thing that we have discussed internally that we may do is we might actually have dungeon keys hidden in places where our veteran players can know to go and pick them up. So they can actually go, if they feel like they have the skill level, to go and just outskill the over-leveled content for them.
Hold on a second.
We
Are
might
you
go
talking
and add
about the
that.
current hidden zones that are already in the game? You're going to hide keys in there? Is that the idea?
That's an idea. That's certainly something that we could do. Is hide them in areas like that, or it could just be a barrel really far off the beaten path that probably people aren't going to go to. Yeah, it's one of those things in discussion though. We understand that there are a lot of people that would like to progress through the campaign more quickly. We've added that via dungeon skips, but we don't want to mess up the new player experience for the people who are actually new to the game and going through the campaign or going through the dungeons and being spit out at a higher level zone could be a really bad experience for brand new players.
See, okay, maybe they're going to answer it here, but for me, like, the important part here is not the skipping part. Like, the important part to me of the question was, when you do skip, you lose the idle slots and the passive points. This is the only reason why I don't do it. So I'm really wondering, what is their solution for that? Are they going to give us all of them? Aaron said now they give us some of them. Like, that's the part of the question. You get 2 passives and 1 idle slot for beating a dungeon. Okay. And then that gets you how close to being capped if you do everything up until Act 4? How close are you? Does anybody know the math on it? I don't know the math. Need just a few more.
In terms of hiding the keys, it's more like the cave in the starting zone where the veteran boots are.
Yeah,
like
yes,
that
nice.
sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
probably gonna be like one-shot cash, so you don't like repeatedly farm the key there. It's, character has a chance, one chance with the key at the beginning if you wanna go risk it. So.
Okay.
It's also, if you've never done one of the dungeons before, some of them are pretty tough to get through on your very first shot blind. So if you do find a key and you go down that extra side path on your very first character, never even played the game before, you stumble into the dungeon by mistake and you just get booped by something and that was your one shot because you don't have any second keys and you had no idea what to expect and you can't learn it. And then you're like, oh, like I'm stuck, and you have to figure out where that branch point was and go backtracking it, and it's
That's a good time to plug the respawn system, actually.
Yes.
So with the launch of Season 2, you can use an additional key to respawn at the floor that you're on at the dungeon or at the boss, which, I think people are really going to enjoy. We also, this isn't coming with Season 2, but we have a large amount of effort underway for tutorializing some things better, like crafting for new players, or like going into the Temporal Sanctum and using those abilities and knowing when to do that. We have some updates coming there that just like for new players, it'll make the experience just easier to understand overall. Yeah.
I love hearing that.
Yeah.
I'm a more casual player for sure, and I'm also a bow player, so I die often. And being able to just get to the end of a dungeon if I die and being able to come back and not have to redo the whole thing, I'm a huge fan of that.
Yes.
Also, look, I might have a little trouble reading every single thing when it comes to the crafting, so having some kind of tutorial maybe would help out my learning style a bit more for sure. So I'm also a big fan of that.
Frosty, it's not just you. We cannot get people to read, and even internally, we don't do it either. So like, we really have to point.
I'll tell you a funny story about the origin of Maxroll when we were making guides. I remember me, Northwar, Chewy, Woody, Rob. We were all sitting in Discords all the time talking about writing guides. And one of my primary jobs early on in Maxroll was reviewing. I spent a lot of time reviewing guides and not quite as much writing guides because I was like the main English speaker. Northwar is Russian, Rob is German, Woody is German, Chewy is French. So it's like, it better be me editing the guides, otherwise we're in trouble. And besides like the English part, I would always tell them, like, a common thing of feedback that I would tell them is I would try to explain this in more simple terms or explain it in less words. And they would always push back. And we have a big fight about it. And they'd say, but Rax, it's way more like your feedback on how to write the description it's too simple. It's not as simple as you want to write it. It's way more complicated. There are certain mechanics that need to be explained. There's a bunch of bullshit here that you're not considering. Let me pull up a Maxroll guide while I'm talking about this. And I said, I think you guys are missing the most key point here. Nobody reads anything. Everyone who comes to my stream and asks me questions about these guides, every single person, you answered it in the guide. They just didn't read it. Nobody sits here and reads all of this. So that's the way that this section was born in Maxroll guides. At the end of every guide, at the very end, it's always the last thing before the summary. There's a section called mechanics that almost nobody ever reads, of like the really in-depth mathematical, crazy interactions that, like, these guys were known for reviewing and studying and why they would get like the rank 1 clears. But we found that 90 to 95% of users that go to our site, they just don't read it. What they do is they open this and they go to variants, and sometimes they even pick the wrong variant. They pick this one and they just copy it, and then they say, Rax, my build doesn't work. Why? And I say, did you read the guide? And they said, no. So we finally all came to the conclusion that nobody reads anything. So that's another way how this thing was born. We used to redo like all the guides for every season, but people wouldn't like understand the difference. So instead we built these core explanations of how they work and just put it right here. If you want to read everything about how season 4 works with this particular build, it's here. This explains what the season is, and this explains what this is, and that's it. So just a little max roll history lesson there on how this section of the guide was born and how this section of the guide was born, and how we constantly try to write less and less and less and collapse info all the time. Collapse. I wrote this template. We just collapse it so you don't have to deal with it. So when they say nobody reads, I am telling you for a fact, I'm telling you 90% of people don't read anything.
At things with arrows. If we want you to see it, we got to make it flash really brightly.
That's right.
Or we got to put a big arrow next to it.
Yes.
And we understand that, and it's something that it's easier to go and write a wall of text for tutorial. But now that we actually have some additional time and development power, we can go through and make those tutorials just significantly better than we had in the past. So a lot of work going on in that area right now.
Yeah, we're looking at contextual toast notifications for game guide as well. You know, when something specific happens, a small pop-up notification linking you to the game guide, because game guide's a good resource, and we don't do the best job at signposting that or pointing you to it beyond small buttons and things like that.
Everyone in chat
Very
saying
nice.
we don't read. So yeah, we need those
Yep.
types of indicators.
We don't either, guys.
I guess a random, side note question here. So, Circle of Fortune and Merchants Guild, are you guys still doing balance adjustments? And have you noticed maybe players veering more towards one or the other at the moment?
In terms of balance adjustments, the focus on this season, you know, we had to spend time adding the new Endgame faction. There are some small adjustments we've made there, but we are aware of the need to improve some UX and UX in the Bazaar, and certainly some quality of life elsewhere. So it hasn't been a goal this patch to update and balance factions, but there are some small changes we made that should hopefully help.
Yeah. And as far as like the split that we see going COF versus Merchants Guild, typically at the start of the seasons, we see people going COF in large quantities. And then as the season progresses, we do see an amount of players swapping over to Merchants Guild. But the split there does seem to reliably be healthy. People seem to be choosing the item faction that allows them to get items in the way that they would like to achieve items. So I think that system is actually working very well right now. Certainly always room for improvements there and slight balance adjustments, but yeah, overall we're very happy with it.
Okay.
Nice.
Gambler's fallacy is back. What prompted the reversion to reverse it and to bring it back? Also, for the people who don't know, what is it?
It's an amulet that makes you always crit if you haven't crit recently, I think. It's a very powerful leveling unique for certain skills that had like high mana costs and whatnot, and you just like Glacier, for example, you just use it every now and then. It just destroy the screen with that. And the reason why it was removed was because there was a bug that allow you to just get multiple copies of it without ever completing the quest. So you could just get a lot of gold. And it wasn't a very big prior to get it back immediately, because there's the Soulfire Bastion dungeon that has a better version of that you can farm for LP. But we found some time to sneak that back in. So yeah.
Nice.
So, with the massive gamepad targeting improvements, is this a good indicator that maybe one day soon we'll be seeing Last Epoch for console?
We would love to get to console, and we are doing everything that would allow gamepad to be of the quality that would mean that people would like to see it on console. We don't have anything there to announce at the moment, but we certainly do want to make sure that when you are playing on the PC, no matter what your preferred input method is, the game is a phenomenal experience. And so this now includes WASD, but keyboard, mouse, gamepad targeting, a lot of really good adjustments going in here, and future efforts for gamepad.
Okay, Sarah's gonna take a nap, so I'm gonna shut the door. So Callie's gonna be in here with me.
Callie, you're gonna hang out with me. Yeah. Callie, come here. I'm gonna stay here, okay? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we're gonna hang out, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You thought my chair was so great for health, according to me. Guess not. So, if I hold my breath, because for a period of time that I held my breath, does that mean that I don't think air is good for my body? I'm just trying to follow your logic here. So my liver is failing, so I need to burn calories. And Secret Labs sent me a free $1,000 standing desk. So while I'm listening, not playing, I decided to stand to burn more calories so I cannot die. When you stream, when you're on the internet, you meet so many wonderful people all around the world. It's amazing. Tons of different cultures, everything. But there's you meet some people that are actually very not okay, and then you realize why some things in the world just go to shit.
I mean, a lot of stuff underway here. We have the targeting
I love the
feeling
desk.
pretty darn good right now. The UI has been improved significantly already for gamepad, but we have a lot of work going for UI mainly.
Frosty is here. Hey, Frosty, while you're here, not to glaze you or anything, but I really like the way that you and Aaron ask the questions. I really like the cadence and how you guys conduct this conversation. It's not easy to do that. It's not easy to have it feel very natural and flowing. You did a very good job. Yeah. I always joke with Jeremy about this in Diablo 3. Anytime like I get a rank 1 and I'm on Discord, Jeremy, I just tell him you can't teach that, and he just laughs his ass off every time. That's actually something that you can't teach. Just relax, have a conversation, keep it flowing, keep it engaging. You do a very good job of that. That's not easy to do.
Mainly navigation happening for gamepad in the future, because we do want gamepad. We want the gamepad experience to feel native. If you swap over to a gamepad, it should feel like.
What's my current weight? I started, the highest I ever got was 213. Today I'm 194.
Like it was built natively for the game.
So I'm down. I'm down 19.
There
should be down 20 tomorrow.
It's some of our very favorite stuff to work on.
Need to be
Both
down
Ross
30.
And I have a UI background, so it's our time to just kind of hang out, geek out, work on some UI stuff. But yeah, a lot of good gamepad improvements coming. Console, nothing to announce, but certainly, working our way in.
You'll just give me your liver.
But you guys want to in the future have Last Epoch on console. That's a future goal.
Yeah,
for
we would
the
love
studio.
to. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
I get this question all the time. Why is it the Weaver tree
Pounds.
and not the Weaver web? I know. And what is a super beacon?
The name originally was Weaver's Web. There's a lot of debate internally about this because I thought we thought people would default to calling it the Weaver tree anyway, and we call other trees skill trees and things like that. It's not it's not a type of naming that is. It's consistent with the rest of the trees in the game. But yes, it was a divisive decision. Let's put it that way.
Oh my, got it.
In terms of super beacons, those are just bigger beacons like you have in the monolith. They reveal a large area on the echo web, and that just allows you to plan things out a bit more. Like if you've got imprinted woven echoes, that's a good way to search for those passively spawning.
Okay.
So I think I see there's something called a shade ambush being added to the game. What is this? Is it scary? Do they drop anything? Just try to explain this to me a bit more.
However you want to talk to that one.
I mean, it's like a normal shade fight. It just pops in your echo and drops you loot if you can kill it.
It's the same
just
ambushes
cool.
we already have in other
Yes.
like ambush echoes already. So you'll like the mechanics for the ambush part of it happen the same as normal, and then it's the Shade of Orbis fight just like you'd fight it normally. So it is like it's two things that we kind of already have, and just
However,
it is
not.
echoes. It's a good. note.
However, it is not the actual. Like it doesn't add shade into the normal ambushes that you get as objectives. It's just like an additional that happens randomly.
Okay.
Okay, I think I got one more question, Aaron, before we go.
Thank you for
to
the
the next
super
screen.
chat.
But
Super
Go
chat. Jeffrey and
All right.
everybody for the subs.
So,
Thank
Uber
you.
Avaroth being brought to the game. So this Avaroth is like how much more powerful than the one we've already fought?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Oh, and also, does it have new abilities?
Another good question.
Yes. Kind of. Yes. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. It's gonna
A
have
lot
fun.
harder.
Yes. I'm ready to see the rip clips. I'm so ready. And I'm also ready to die to myself as well. Yeah.
Carve,
It does
what
have a minimum
percentage of
corruption.
players do you think could beat it?
Not very high.
Yeah, no,
One?
not very many.
One?
Not very many.
Yeah, like if 1,000 people beat regular Aberoth, how many of those 1,000 would be able to beat Uber Aberoth?
how much time do they
Probably
have?
I would probably go with a single digits. That's my
Wow.
guess, but it's a lot harder.
Aspirational content.
Dude,
It
I'm
is a
just
very
going to
hard
fight.
Yes. Do not expect most people to be able to do it.
Okay, so this is kind of cemented my way forward here. So I have until the 30th, right? I have until, well, the 29th is D4. I have until the 30th when No Rest for the Wicked comes out. I think I'm just gonna fight Uber Aberoth all day long. Like I'm gonna enter the hardcore race, but I'm going marksman, so I'm guaranteed to die. Marksman has no defense, so something's going to kill me, right? There's no solution for the defense. And I think I'm just going to make the strongest Heartseeker that I possibly can, and I'm just going to fight Uber Aberoth all day. I don't care if it kills me 1,000 times. I'm going to try to kill him. I think that's my destiny. I'll start hardcore. I'm sure I'm going to die because I'm going marksman. No chance to live on a marksman. But then I'll just keep going with the marksman, and then I must kill Uber Aberoth. It is my destiny.
Did
Like,
Carve
you can-
just
you
say
can keep
maybe
grinding.
9 people? 9? Single digit? Damn.
Of the 1,000.
Of the 1,000.
Yes. Not total. Yeah.
Okay, that's like 1% of players that can kill Aberoth now will be able to kill Uber Aberoth.
That's not one.
That
That's
is
plus
what
0.1.
I am thinking.
One per.
We had
Well,
some
okay,
technical
10. Yeah,
difficulties
10
at the
actually.
beginning of the stream.
He's right.
Don't worry, I'm not terrified
9
to
is
go to
like
the next
10.
scene. I'm sure it'll work fine. Please work fine. Please
Yeah,
work fine.
0.9.
Moving on to our second scene for the Town Portal podcast.
Yeah, 9 is like 10, so he's right. It's 1%.
Oh god, everything. Oh, that's fine.
Aaron, are you still there?
For some
Can you guys-
reason,
can you
I
guys
thought.
hear Aaron?
Here, Aaron.
For some
Oh, no,
reason, I
where'd
thought
you go?
Carv said
It-
1
it
out
is
of
a-
1,000.
it
He
is-
said
it is
9,
a-
which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like 10, which is 1. Yeah. Frosty's right.
It's fine.
It's working. You're good.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
1% of people. I've never even fought regular Aberoth. Am I supposed to be able to hear this? What happened?
Go.
It is equi- it is
Uh,
Chthonic Fisher's already is enough to give
God, everything. Oh, that's fine.
9. Yeah.
And with these, you guys will notice some of our environment and lighting improvements as well. Once these folks have some good fix into them.
That looks beautiful.
I love these so much. Just the
Just
variations that come in.
Chthonic Fisher's
so
already so cool looking that it's like, you
Yes.
know, it's like double. Moving on. Okay. I feel like people are going to be like, no way. Are you guys ready for this? I think this is my favorite one.
Yeah, this one's sweet.
Wait, what are those? Shurikens or what is
Anybody a fan of hammers? It's so good. It
that?
looks
Those are
so good.
hammers? Oh my god.
Yeah, some
We're
of
so
the things
excited that we can do these now. This is
I'm
something that
pretty
we've
sure
been
we-
wanting to do for a very long time, and we just didn't have the tech to do skill skins.
Very,
I'm,
very.
I'm pretty sure we just said build for so many people.
I know.
They're
it's
so cool.
We were talking about it. Like, should we base our build based upon the skill MTX? I know. All right, moving on. And a couple of these are smaller. They're not all exciting like hammers. Cherry Blossom Evade.
The little evade effects, I think, are some of my favorites. Actually, you just
They feel
like
good.
the subtle little touches.
Oh, worth noting on Evade this season.
How many-
It's a lot more responsive. A bunch of offline
Yes.
bugs with.
Not to make a sexist comment here, but how many girls are going to buy that cosmetic? Does it shoot like little flowers and hearts everywhere? Not saying guys can't buy it. Guys can buy it too. But, oh, yep, there's Kylie. Yep. Kylie's excited. Yep. Yep. Rax will buy it, maybe. Me, I'm a guy, okay. Rax will buy it, maybe.
With our fixed, it's just better.
Okay. Moving on. Cosmic Smite. And just so you're aware, maybe I've tested this, that if you're using you could use a skill MTX and to trigger another skill and use that MTX, so these can all be combined.
Yeah, I do love having the the visual connection between skills in the cosmetics as well.
we don't happen to have a clip of triggering smite.
I mean, I'm not just saying this to glaze EHG, but in the little bit that I've seen here, like I'm wondering if you guys agree. Like these skill MTXs, they borderline look better than I get. POE does do a good job, but if I had to vote, I would say these look better.
The with hammer throw, any chance? That would
They
be
look
so
pretty
nice.
effing good.
No, we don't have that.
I'll have to use your imagination for now. Then I
It's
guess.
not really a
Right.
Moving
Moving
Your,
on.
yeah, your
Sure.
MTX also applies to skill shrines as well. Just a small thing, but it also applies to any skill that you gain from skill shrines.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That
Yeah,
is
you can,
pretty
you
cool.
can equip lots of skill MTX all at the same time, not just one for each slot that you have equipped either.
Sorry, everybody. I know sometimes the volume's high, sometimes it's low. Each clip is a different volume. All right, moving on. Volatile Reversal Cosmic.
Nice.
Jesus.
Whoa! It's pretty cool. Pretty neat. And we continue. Okay, guys. This is Dragon Claw Rive. I've been playing so much Primalist, I swear I see swipe when I look at this. Tell me unless I'm losing my mind, which I probably am.
I can see it.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, for the first 2 swings, yeah.
For me, I think the sound effect is cooler than the animation.
This is Rive. Dragon Claw Rive. Okay.
That one wasn't my favorite.
Terra's Messenger Wings backslot. These ones don't have any audio.
Wow.
You guys probably
I
don't
like
know
those
this.
wings.
I'm not a wings guy. I never wear wings, so the chat always gives me crap when they see wings.
Aaron. I want to
There's some
wear
sort of
wings.
Bet that you can lose to us and force you to wear wings.
They always do that. I'm a wings man now. Chat's going crazy. Moving on. Okay, this is actually, in my opinion, Carve, the best one when it's automatically triggering smite. The Warpath, Holy
Whirlwind.
Warpath.
So this is Whirlwind.
He'll hunt you down if you.
I like the
playing
sounds.
Void Knight with Warpath.
Don't buy it. Don't do it.
Right.
Against the TOS.
Okay.
I think
Warpath. Spin
Sore
to
Elk
win. Moving
meant to quote somebody
Login
else.
screen. So MTX, historically, if you look at season 0, season 1, your MTX was not actually shown on your login screen. Now it is.
Quick question about the ability MTXs. I'm like, I don't typically get MTX, but ability MTX I'm super into. So is this something that you will plan to have on possibly every ability one day? And even going further, will it be multiple for each ability one day?
Good question,
Yeah,
Frosty.
I think it's a very high likelihood that we get all abilities and then multiple per abilities. It's one of these things that we are really excited about internally. We're constantly getting into calls and geeking out about just things that we can do now that we have this tech. Some of the ones that I'm most excited about are like the minion skill reskins, but of course those are the hardest to or the most resource intensive to actually create and implement. But I want a phoenix flying around that's a falcon, or I want like there's just so many cool things that we could do with the minion reskinning. And on our last podcast, people were they want to see the capybara in one of these slots as well. Definitely we will be implementing a lot more skill MTX. If you guys have any ideas for those that you would like to see, we're pretty easy to convince right now.
You're pretty
so if you
easy
guys
to
have any
convince.
ideas
I
or
want a blue
suggestions,
hoodie
feel free to
skin.
go to our Discord or our Reddit or our forums and make those suggestions. And it's just something that we're looking.
I want a blue hoodie
figure out
skin.
What the catalog is going to look like long term. We'll be adding a lot.
That's
more.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the goal is definitely to pick a theme and have enough.
That's what
with
I
the
want.
skills you're using to put together a nice theme. Like if you're essentially using Warpath, you should be able to put together a sort of teal theme, like a Death Knight theme, like that. That sort of stuff. We're also adding for the different colors that we have here. We're adding different hit, flash, and death V effects for it as well, so that if you have red lightning blast, you don't have the blue hit, flash, and things like that. So we've added a lot of that this season as well.
So
We
It
have,
does give you audio sometimes too.
I figured you guys knew this question was going to come. I could see it going in the chat over and over again. People want to spend money that only play offline. Is there any plans to bring cosmetics to the offline crew?
Yeah, it's something we know people want. We'll do it.
Nice.
Consider it written, consider it done. Moving on. New Lightning Blast.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, like Ross
Okay,
said earlier, we now
Palpatine.
have Lightning Blast where it actually chains, and it feels so much better. It's just a little recolor here, but it feels really cool in game.
Yes, some skills. Some skills work well with just a very basic recolor. You know, with some skill effects here, we've created a theme for it, and it's like something new. And with others, simple recolors are actually quite effective. And this is an example of that.
People say this is how you become a Sith Lord, right here.
Yes.
It's Palpatine.
Right?
And we also do have, you mentioned earlier about some skills getting multiple conversions. We do have some already that'll have multiple conversions. Like there's multiple lightning blast conversions, I think.
Okay. Okay, somebody in chat literally a few seconds ago said, hey, can we get a reskin for wolves? They must have heard you.
Yep.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. What happens if I take squirrels? No, just somebody
What
walk
does
me
happen
through
if somebody
this.
take? I think if you take squirrels, it does go to squirrels.
No,
Or
it
no, it
does-
always
does
defaults to the
it?
MTX. It goes to MTX. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the squirrels will show up as smaller dogs. Is that right, guys?
Is that
Oh, that's
I think
true?
cool.
MTX wins.
I don't think they're small dogs. No.
Oh my gosh. I will switch my starting build if I get these as squirrels.
I'm gonna ask the team right now.
They'll just
It's
turn
not
into
like
bees.
a squirrels themed like this. That doesn't happen.
But
So-
we did talk about this recently.
So this is a pestilent hound summon wolf skill MTX. Now people are saying hell squirrels. Hey, by the way,
This
since
is-
we're
this is
speaking
not-
of squirrels, when are we going to get that void conversion for squirrels that we get out of the shrine? You guys must get that question all the time too. That's fine.
Mike, what do you
The
think?
Primalist theming itself doesn't lend itself well to a actual void powered skill. There's not enough support in the Primalist tree to actually give a void skill to Primalist right now.
That's
Yeah.
fair. We'll just do void bees then. All right. Moving on. This is the hatchery portal. Hatchery portal.
This one's one of my favorites.
You like this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We need a Leroy situation. We need to use that egg and that dragon to like run through and break them and stuff.
That's exactly what it should be.
Yeah.
That was one of our Woven Echo plans that didn't quite get across the line, unfortunately.
Oh, jeez. Rainbow evade.
Might be coming.
Is there a chest at the end of the evade?
Yeah, right.
Some treasure?
Shattered Frostclaw. Shattered Frostclaw.
Jesus.
Shattered ones are so good.
Oh yeah.
You like
That'll be
this
a
one?
popular one.
People are
Jesus.
There's a few themes like this, and they're all really good.
I like the sound too. It's good. Okay. Shattered Meteor. Judd's favorite.
Cool.
It's cool. I like the other one better.
And Meteor's another one that's got multiple MTX options for it.
It was hilarious when Mike said on a Friday dev stream that Skill MTX is coming. We all knew that there was at least one meteor. We knew it. Like,
oh yeah, of course.
Of course.
If I could have pushed 6 through, we
Correct.
would've.
Correct.
It's the only guarantee.
It was the only guarantee. If you guys don't know it, Top Dog at EHG Judd. His favorite skill is Meteor. Okay.
Always has been.
This is the Slack Hopper Pet, and I'm hoping one of you could tell me what's flying in and out of its shell.
Those are little frogs with wings.
That's
I'll take-
No, that's Tinkerbell.
Is that what it is?
They,
It's a frog?
Yeah. They live inside that shell. They're a mutually beneficial relationship.
Oh, nice. There's lore behind it.
Little symbiote.
Oh, it's a frog fairy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I can't get over how the eyes pop out.
The eyes are
at
good.
the
The eyes are
here.
good.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice the eyes popping out. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, they do pop out. It's like a turtle head. All right. Now we are moving over to Twitch drops, and there's a couple other ones in here. So come April 17th, your favorite creator, if you gift a sub or do one tier 1 sub, I don't know if Prime sub works, guys. This is the support a creator unique. It is the Corrupted Maelstrom.
I don't think Prime subs worked last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's honestly the ugliest MTX by far.
Primes don't work. All right. So tier 1 or 1 gifted, you can get Corrupted Maelstrom.
I'll have the Twitch drops, but
All right.
that's the ugliest one by
Next,
far.
This is a free Twitch drop. I know total Twitch drops is 6 hours. I don't remember which one unlocks where, but this is the Twitch drop for Crimson Smite.
That's cool.
Okay,
This
now,
is so cool. I know. I like this.
now that is really cool.
I love that you guys did a couple for Smite too, because it's just like a skill that's
That
used,
one's cool.
So, like everybody uses Smite, right? Smart.
Will I be streaming for 6 hours today, or you mean on launch?
Right. Holy Shuriken. Again,
I really like this one
Twitch drop.
because like it's so hard to see the base shurikens, and this one, if you want to see exactly where they're going, this one's so visible. And some people don't want to see where they're going either, but yeah, if you do really want to see where they're going,
So you're
high
saying this is
visibility.
pay to win right here. If you want to see where they're going, this is the pay to win MTX.
I mean, if you could control where they were going, sure, but they have a mind of their own.
Next, Rip Blood. There's one of these out of order. I'll show at the end. Rip Blood.
Oh,
Twitch drop.
so that was also a Twitch drop, the Smite. Okay, that looks way cooler than the regular Rip Blood.
Holy Lightning Blast Twitch drop.
Okay,
I
that
just really
looks
like the lightning
amazing.
moves.
Lightnings always look good.
Okay, so there's a lot of good Twitch
Also
drops.
see the new
Just not
Chaining.
the Maelstrom
see the new
looks
chaining
the
arrow.
Maelstrom
This
looks
one played for a sec.
horrible.
the small delay. It feels so much better now. Like very tiny chance of chain on
Yep.
it, and it just feels so much better.
Because it used to be that you'd cast and it would just kind of create a web. That little tactical feel just feels way better.
Okay. I think the last one, which is not a Twitch drop. Yes, Voidwalker's Gaze Helmet.
Can you zoom in? Oh my god.
Ooh.
Some sparkly
Jesus.
eyes.
That one's too scary. Too scary. All right. Now, EHG sent me, I believe, an additional 5 clips that I don't have queued up like this. They came in late, but that's okay. So the first one I want to show, and we can finally confirm. Judd's very happy.
Meteor or what?
Meteor.
B
Sticking around.
Meteor.
The BTR.
What?
The B tier.
Those are bees?
Those
They
are.
It's like a big
bees.
comb. It's like a big hive that comes down and splashes honey.
So
and
your
you see all the
meteor
bees
turns in.
dissipate.
Yes, exactly. The B tier.
It's
That's-
real.
Now that's an MTX. Someone says in chat. I
I
like this. It's like this one's really good. Just the way it looks. That is awesome. Hey,
No, it's cool. It's
Mike,
cool.
I don't know if you know this. What if you take like, oh my, look at that pause right
I will
there.
not be purchasing
Oh,
that one.
Looks so good. What happens if you take like meteorites?
Oh.
Does it transfer the meteorites too into small?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a reskin of the spawn sub skills.
So all of the skill MTX, it doesn't matter where you go on the tree, you're still going to be able to see the visual.
It should all work. Yeah.
Starship.
If we miss something, that's something that's got to get fixed.
I'm a
I got
hater
you.
for
Okay,
sure.
It just popped in my head.
Just
I was
giving
thinking
you
about,
my
like, if you're
opinion,
dropping 100 of these all the time.
It's a cool
like,
idea.
that
I will
would
not be
very,
purchasing
very
that MTX.
That would
It's
be-
also a big reason why it takes so long to make MTX for skills, because we have so many different ways to modify them,
Yes,
and then we
yes.
need to like figure out how the MTX is gonna look on those as well.
Okay. All right. The B meteor is real. Okay. The other things that were sent to me is we have some examples of the new controller support and the new WASD movement. All right. Controller support and the new WASD movement. And some of this stuff
real
we could
quick,
talk to. Go ahead.
Aaron, right before you start, I don't know if I dreamt this, but is there a Heartseeker cosmetic also?
Correct. Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, that's just how to make sure, because I remember seeing it and being like, "Oh, I want that," and I just wanted to make sure that
That's
that
what I
definitely
wanted
is
to
in the
see.
game.
What's the
'Cause again,
Heartseeker
I like bow
cosmetic?
stuff, and glad to know there's a Heartseeker cosmetic. All right.
Yes. It's like this blue, chain. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it looks like a blue chain. Like you're playing Scorpion. Get over here. It's kind of what it looks. It's really cool looking.
Nice.
All right, everybody. This clip was sent to me. It is 20 seconds. I haven't even watched it. This is experimental WASD. I don't even know if there's audio. Let's see.
Yeah, this is showing how you actually get to the options to change the controls.
A very long and
believe
involved
in this-
process.
yes, yes.
Is there reading
now you
involved?
Yeah,
This
now you
is
just see
so
the cursor
photon
up
captured
there.
warpath. And this does actually have options. So you can, in the settings, you can change if the warpath is going to follow your cursor when you're using WASD, or actually just following your input. That was kind of a divisive thing internally how we should do it, and people had very specific preferences there, and so we made that an option. So.
And just remember, everybody, that EHG, putting this in as beta. So this is for people that really love WASD, is going to have that option, and in the future, it'll continuously get better.
Nice.
Yeah, we heard from the player base. Those that have tried out WASD on other games really enjoyed that, and they're like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to go back to not having WASD as the main control schema. And we're like, okay, let's see how hard this would be to prototype and get in. And with a quick prototype, we pretty quickly understood that it already felt pretty good, and so we invested the additional time in season 2 to get the control schemas and stuff like that set up. So we're excited to hear people's feedback on this. We'll be looking for it.
Sweet. Okay. The next clip is, what is this? Puncture before and after. Puncture before and after. This is
gamepad targeting. This is the first time I'm seeing this video too, but this is, I believe, what is on the left is probably what's on live versus what exists in season 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's watch the video.
Yes. Here we go.
Yeah, so what we've done here is we've actually added some target memory. So previously on the gamepad, it would be that if you start to hit an enemy, say that you shoot an arrow towards an enemy, and then you have to start kiting that enemy, you'd have to flick the joystick back and forth to shoot in that direction, and then start kiting again, turn back, shoot in that direction. Now, if there is not a new target recognized in the direction that you are running, shooting that arrow will instead just turn around very quickly
that's
and
massive.
shoot without you having to do it manually.
Judd is a
helps the flow
controller
of
player.
gamepad, combat just very
This,
significantly.
this is huge. This is like,
This is huge.
completely changing the entire gameplay feel for somebody using a controller. Like, that's massive.
Yeah. It helps an absolute ton. It helps an absolute ton.
Wow.
And there's all sorts of settings for different context and specializations for like every combination of all those things. And because there's so many situations you can be in and so many combinations, it is something that we're going to be looking at feedback for very closely to get outlying and special cases where people are like, when I've taken these 6 nodes together and I'm in this very specific scenario of combat, it does something weird. And we're like, cool. No one thought to.
Mike's referring to the skill targeting updates that we've made. So we've the team put a lot of work into this. We've essentially made all these different paradigms for how skills can or should act in combat. And we've mapped all of the skills and all of the nodes that maybe or should change the way that targeting functions with the gamepad. And so now, I mean, the update makes gamepad play. It's just, I can't even emphasize how much better it is with these changes. What it also allows us to do is to make changes to those paradigms that we're mapping to these skills very quickly. It's very standardized. So if there is an instance where people feel like one of these abilities could be controlled better or differently that would make it feel better, we can get that feedback and we can make that change much, much more rapidly than we did before. So yeah, these are phenomenal gamepad improvements.
Man,
Yeah,
and I
those
thought
are pretty-
gamepad was already good. Like I always thought you guys could
It's getting there. It's getting there for sure. People are already enjoying it, but you know, we still see a lot of opportunity to improve that. We really want when you swap to gamepad for it to feel natively like it was made for the gamepad. We're making really good progress there. It's feeling pretty good at the moment, but still more to do. More to do.
Now, Judd, if I'm using my controller playing on gamepad and then I set down my controller and I grab my keyboard and mouse, will it work seamlessly?
Yeah. So you can hot swap between gamepad and keyboard and mouse. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Very nice. What? I wasn't sure. So I
right.
just asked a simple question. All right.
All right. And I will say this is a huge DPS increase, this change too.
If you're not someone who is going to manually twitch super fast to go and do these same types of actions, it is a DPS improvement, yes.
Okay.
Did Aaron get mad at
Armed
Frosty or something?
Construction. Again, I have not seen this. If one of you guys want to.
This is just the ballista targeting based on context, so it knows that it wants to put them near enemies because it's going to explode when it dies.
Okay, so normally if you just summoned ballista, it would summon next to you, but in this case, since you've taken ballista in a certain way, it goes next to the enemy, correct?
Correct. So it used to be that if you had a target focused in the live version of Last Epoch right now, it would just summon the ballista at the target's location, which would quickly end up in the enemies swarming it and dispatching it, which is not a great way to play ballista. Now, if you are targeting something, it knows to put the ballista next to you or away from that group of enemies. But if you take this node where you would typically want the ballista to be right in the middle of all the combat, it knows to do that. So it's just another example of the different paradigms that we've executed on for these abilities.
Okay. And the last one. This is ballista before and after.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, well, I got it. Oh, and this is when it's, I see. So on the left-hand screen, you are putting the ballista around all the enemies for it to die. And on the right screen, it's staying close to you. So you're actually shooting it at range.
Correct. And it's every single ability in the game. So like these are just a couple examples, but everything has been touched. So if you have a certain build in mind and you're like, oh, these don't really apply to me, they absolutely do.
Something that a skill that at least when I'm streaming Last Epoch, people talk about a lot is using a controller and Fury Leap. I don't know if anybody has any experience with that, but I think I don't know.
So what that does now is that if there is a recognized target, it will Fury Leap you to the target, and if not, it'll take you as far as the maximum allowed range will take you for that skill.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Well, I've got a couple of other extra little things to show off here. I know people have already seen a lot of them, but I thought, why not look at some unique items? Why not look at some unique items? Maybe not everybody has seen all of them yet, so we picked some ones that haven't been released prior to the patch notes, and I thought we could look at some of these together. So the first one is Downfall of the Righteous. Now, all of these items that we're going to show right now are shown with their maximum rolls, and you'll see the roll ranges. And
I'm just going to look at these real quick. This is probably going to take some time, and we still have to look through 100 pages of patch notes. So, Witchfire does more damage, equal to 66% of your curse damage. When you have both Ignite Overload and Damned Overload, enemies within 10 meters are inflicted with Witchfire. So we get the two overloads, we stack curse damage, and we murder. Yeah, see, they talk about it for quite a while. Wandering Spirits is centered on a gravestone at the target location instead of you. Gravestone grants allies 15% more necrotic damage. Okay, cool. 45% chance to smite on hit. You can only do 6 per 10 seconds. This cooldown resets when you use a potion. Okay, interesting. Oh, quiver. 4 stacks of crystal ward per second while moving. Directly using a bow attack consumes the 4 stacks to do 15% more damage per stack. 75% chance to slow bosses and rare enemies on hit per stack. This is probably be kind of similar playstyle to using Volt with the Lightning Sphere. Probably similar.
And on here for this new quiver.
Okay. Every second, every enemy looking at you has a 20% chance to be petrified. Okay, so we're just going to petrify everything. I don't think we'd ever actually use this, but... Well, I don't know. The block effectiveness is insane. I guess it depends on how good block effectiveness is, but I don't think I would ever use this. Mantle of the Pale Ox. 24% of damage redirected to your highest minion. 32% increased health. That's a massive amount. Movement speed on a +2 to strength minion skills. That's +2 to their actual skills. Okay, this might be insane. 25% of the hit damage taken from bosses and rare enemies is dealt over. That's Progenesis, right? That's Progenesis. Bleed on spell hit. Spell leech. Wow. Okay, those might be really good.
All right. Real quick. No. So, I mean, I don't, oh God. I just want to know this. If you have, I know you're getting rid of the volatile zombies on potions and belts. Now they're bees. What happens to the old ones in your bags? Are they changed, or do they have like now they're super powerful because they still have volatile zombies?
The bees.
They're bees now.
The bees.
They are
They're
changed,
bees.
yes.
Okay.
Everything updates retroactively like that.
Okay. What are the chances you guys will drop the update today or tomorrow?
Oh,
Not very likely.
0.
All right.
damn! I almost had a chance of playing. Okay. Oh, geez.
I got some lore tidbits here. When a zombie gets old enough, it turns into a bee. So
Oh, there we go.
Oh my gosh.
Canon.
What is everyone's spec that they're going to be starting this season with? You can,
Didn't we?
Hard
Wasn't that at the
Seeker,
beginning?
100%.
Yes.
This is,
Wait, I
this
thought
is a reference to
thought
the
they
old
listed a bunch of
Diablo 2
other
guided arrow
skills. I
think
wrote
a
it
lot of
down.
RPG players understand that. We were super excited to get the chance to take that as a base and bring it into a
Lightning
new
Blast,
era.
Symbols of Hope,
Heartseeker's
Smelter's
gonna be
Wrath,
super cool,
Judgments.
So Heartseeker for me.
Okay. Wait, Judd, are you going to do Fire Heartseeker, Cold Heartseeker, Triggering Puncture Heartseeker, Throwing Heartseeker?
Yeah, I'm still debating here. I really want to try just going full physical. I'm debating whether I should do. So you've got the multi-shot node that makes it to where you can upfront damage is increased by 75%. I'm not going to take that. I'm going to take Heartseeker, and then I'm just going to be able to spam multi-shot from the back line. So I think I'm going to try to go full physical and crit to begin with, but we'll see.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna change your mind right now. There's a on the fire conversion. There's a buff that grants you fire spell damage, and there's a belt that may or may not drop a meteor on enemies.
Oh.
Crit.
I'm going fire.
And and you can turn Heartseeker to provide you mana on hit. So
Okay. And there's no nerfing once this goes in, right?
Correct.
Unless it's a bug.
Good. No, it's fine. Not a Heartseeker. Heartseeker would be bugged. Let it be.
That's actually a good idea, Carve, because then with you could actually scale it as spell.
yeah, and then you use a Dragon Song to get the Dragon Song procs,
Yep,
you get the Meteor
exactly.
procs, and then you use it to generate your mana. Yeah.
So then all you need is just a high crit chance to drop your meteors. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
With enough recurve chance, like you don't even need that high of a crit chance to just pretty frequently get crits.
Yeah.
And what else are you guys playing? I think Ross, Mike, what are your starters?
Yeah, well, I've changed it a couple of times. If the change for the Witchfire unique does, it does have that area, I'm probably playing Warlock there. I just need to check that change got in because it was a last minute addition. Hopefully it's not in a hotfix. And if that's in, that's what I'm playing.
I'm sure it's on the last page of patch notes.
Oh, nice.
We should read those out.
Yes.
I'm probably going physical bleed Heartseeker. That's my plan.
I'm gonna do the build that I wanted to play, but I just couldn't bear with the volatile reversal stuff. So I'm probably gonna start with the monostacking Judgment Paladin with an aura, and then just
Just
run
say
around.
you're starting Righteous Fire. Just say you're gonna try and do it. We know.
I can't. No. You'll judge me, so I can't say that.
All right, you're right. I guess that's fair. That's fair.
I mean, it's a judgment, so it makes sense.
Was that everyone? That was everyone. Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
What are you starting with?
guys. You
he
made
skipped
the
it.
decision to allow us to respec our mastery, which is something that EHG in the past wasn't sure they wanted to do. What about maybe letting our pets be able to pick up gold? Not anything else. We got to pick up the shards, and we got to pick up the keys, and we got to look at the loot, and we got to click on the woven echoes. But maybe, that capybara's got a gold pack on its back, and the loot lizard pet has a gold pack on its back. What about maybe pets pick up gold?
If we ever were to do that, and I don't think we currently have plans to do that, we would have some way of providing everyone a pet that would do that for free.
Okay.
Correct.
So I don't think we are planning to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Out of all of you, who's most likely to be taking down Uber Aberoth this season?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's definitely
Mike, you
It's,
saying?
it's,
Oh,
it's,
Carve.
it's
Down
probably,
to
it's probably,
Carve.
yeah, it's probably not a good one.
It's not going to be you, Mike? No?
Down to Carve that way.
Carve. Okay. All right.
Carve.
I mean, that's fair. Unfair. I'm already done it, but
Oh, that isn't fair. All right. Who's the next? Who's next on the
Yeah,
line?
I'll race you guys.
There you go.
you'll see me die on the
Okay.
ladder for sure.
Oh,
On my
for
way
sure.
there. Yeah.
Something
For
that gets
sure.
brought up pretty frequently is the thoughts around hideouts and being able to provide EHG with an endless flow of money by allowing us to kind of have that end of the world completion area be almost like a mini hideout where we can decorate it and make it look cool. Any thoughts on hideouts?
We have had conversations about this. It is something that we are warm to. There's a lot of technology that would go into creating a hideout hub type system. It would be unlike other hideout hub systems that you guys have seen if we do it. But yeah, there's discussions. There's talks internally about potential there.
Okay, very cool.
Are you currently working on any spell cosmetics that aren't going to make it into the new season, but they're definitely being worked on right now? And what are they?
Just
There are
very
definitely some
direct.
that are being worked on right now.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm unsure if we could talk about specifics.
Okay. I mean, it's just us. It's no one else's. He's here.
Rex.
Right.
Very private.
Yeah, we're gonna we'll pass on that one for now.
Okay.
Okay, no worries. I would love when Mike is streaming on Friday to be able to go hostile and we could duel and have some fun in PvP. Any thoughts, non-serious PvP, not like we're stealing each other's loot. Any idea for like dueling or anything like that in the future for PvP?
It's something that we've always wanted. It's one of those things that we really just need to have it be like a few-day project where we get a couple developers to go and prototype that, because I don't think it would actually be very hard to implement a dueling system. Now, the concern with any type of PvP in a game like this is as soon as you say PvP, people have expectations, some higher than others.
Yep.
And as soon as you add expectations in PvP into an action RPG centered around character power and loot, balance is very, very hard. I think if we could set expectations correctly, entering something like a dueling system would be very possible. We need to have like a weekend jam on something like that.
Very cool.
Okay. This is another each of you question. Are you starting this season on Legacy or Season? And are you going Merchant's Guild or Circle of Fortune?
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm going to skip this question.
Season COF, yeah. Yep.
Season
Solo
Merchant Guild.
Hardcore. Yeah, solo hardcore TOF, of course.
Since we watched the Kickstarter video to just see how the game has progressed and what you guys have done, which is just truly incredible. Do you feel like the vision that you had for last Epoch is truly coming to fruition in season 2?
Yeah, it's incredible to have started where we started and be here. It's really surreal in a whole lot of ways. For those that don't know, last Epoch started as a Reddit post in 2017, where I wanted to make the next great action RPG and found a bunch of really passionate people. I was really fortunate to find, skilled developers and artists and musicians that were excited about, potentially taking that journey with me. And then my goal has always been to
let her go potty real quick.
Get a bunch of die-hard ARPG enthusiasts together so we can get into a room and debate what the best systems for an action RPG could possibly be. Just get a bunch of people that love it, know it deeply, debate what's going to be the best, and we have fostered a team that is exactly that. And so the vision for the game, it continues to evolve. It will continue to evolve going forward. But I think as long as we have the right people in here and we can have really good, healthy debates as a team, we will consistently make good decisions to make the game great. So yeah, I think it's going in the right
I love it. So cool. So awesome.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
I got one more thing
Go
here.
ahead.
I mean, speaking of the vision and future vision of the game, are you guys planning on like this season coming out? It's like an expansion. Are you ever going to make like an expansion to the game, or are you just going to keep it as is and just do huge changes when it needs to be, seasons when it needs to be? Also, for people who own the game, are you going to ever charge for an expansion coming up, or are you still going with the $35, which is pretty damn reasonable these days,
Sure.
going forward?
Yeah, our goal is to make seasons at a faster pace and be able to monetize those in a way that keeps the studio financially healthy and growing. That is the goal. We're really hoping to see that season 2 and the awesome things that we've added to this and the vast improvements we've made with the cosmetic system, cosmetics in general, the shop. We're hoping to see that is financially going to keep the studio in a really healthy spot. So that's the plan.
Nice.
Cool.
Very nice.
Frosty?
That's it. I mean, we went over a lot today, and I'm definitely excited to play. I personally am going to be getting that lightning cosmetic pack.
Right.
I just made a shaman totem dude recently, and I think it's going to look perfectly with it. Going Heartseeker when the game comes out, and I mean that's just my final words. I'm excited.
Okay,
Let's,
everybody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
one-
Go ahead.
one thing we can do to wrap up here, because we did have the team say that the stretch build is QA'd and will get across the line. They have linked a really cool video of the new Monolith Hub and some cool tech that we have there. I don't know, Aaron, would you be able to access that inside of our Discord channel? We have that, and then we have the additional patch notes as well.
Yeah, you think I can't get that all while we're sharing 6 screens and 6 audio sources? That's easy.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal.
Not a problem at all. All right,
This is-
everybody,
this
be
is
right
one
back.
That, we were,
that an
we were
echo
really
I'm
excited
hearing?
about this.
Don't say stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, Aaron's gone.
Faces.
This, I mean, it's a good
Light.
Here we go, everybody. This is Void Island. Is that what we're looking at right here?
Sorry, I was
Void
muted.
Island.
This is in the Monolith Hub. This is one of the timelines when you're actually over in this area. But we have some new tech that our team put together. That when you transition from timeline to timeline, like in the monolith
cool.
itself, it'll have this. It's just we're just gonna let people go and experience it. It's very cool, and we're going to be updating the Echo Overworld to have some of this tech as well.
This looks clean. This looks really, really good.
Yeah. Lots of good progress on visuals. We've got some new tech art talent on the team. A lot. I mean, we're just elevating the visuals and the sound and the animations across the game in really, really major ways. And this is a good example of that.
Oh, very cool.
Very good looking. Very good looking. I'm also glad to hear that just ever improving the visuals because
Yes,
they just keep looking better and better.
you should go back and look at the Kickstarter videos.
We do all the time.
We've come a long way.
I always like pointing out when you guys show the initial classes and masteries. I tell the story of the knight and the forgotten knight and the end of time and all that good stuff. All right, here is page 101 of the patch notes. So this was going to be the first hotfix from what EHG is saying, and it's going to make it
Okay, I already read all that. That's good.
into really is to take 100% increase unless
The chin.
Then cool.
This is with the new graphics. It looks beautiful.
It's pretty cool.
And it's
A lot of tech. It's a walk through the monolith area.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That dragon.
Gosh, it looks so much better. Gosh, it looks so much better.
Look at that transition.
Much better.
Look at that transition.
Gosh, it looks so much better how it transitions.
Yeah. You get the theming and the feel of the zone that timeline is.
Wow. It's got all the coral.
Little bubbles.
yeah, I see that. And you can hear the footsteps sound like they're in the area.
It is quite satisfying. Love those sounds, damn. Jesus.
People
Shield
really
guy,
like
tell me.
this. They really like
Yeah,
it. They really like it.
that red sign, the red black hole in the background.
Listen to the fire.
Such a good
Sounds
shot.
amazing.
Got the fire, light rays.
You guys,
Yep,
I'm
this
not
is,
just glazing. This is like incredible looking. Like it looks so good.
Yeah, with some advancements in tech that we have, we'll be able to start making the entire game look more just beautiful all around. This is a good example of you.
Again, here, yeah, not to really just glaze, but I think this patch, I'm hoping this patch will actually really propel Last Epoch into being like a contender here. It looks very strong. It looks very strong. And I hope the same for No Rest for the Wicked. Their update also seems incredibly strong. POE1 died for POE2 trash. I still think POE1 is the GOAT. Still think POE1 is the best. But I really hope Grinding Gear Games doesn't abandon it, because yeah, I think you're doing the right thing, Mystical. I think you relax and let the hype build. I think you let the hype build.
Utilizing some of the new tools and stuff that we have in place.
Does it go all the way up to the top 3? Did I miss those? This one's one of my favorites. I don't know why I didn't say this earlier. The the boards and everything, and yeah. It gives you a feel of the theming that's coming from that zone.
I like this foliage.
Yeah. And this is, I think this is really indicative of
like
the
the
level
HDR.
of attention to detail and just like the cool stuff we're able to add to the game now, and how much faster we're able to add these individual things. It's going to just ramp up. I'm glad we came down here.
I really like the audio,
The
man.
effect
I
on
like
that's updated too,
the
the
listen to
centerpiece
the
there.
noise that orb makes. Just listen, really listen.
I'm glad
I just
we
want to
came
go
down here.
stand by it and just
I
listen
think
to
the
it.
effect on that's updated too. The centerpiece there. That transition never looks bad. I always get like a Death Mountain vibe from this.
A burning black hole. This is just, yeah.
And the waypoint model too. I love the new waypoint
Please go
model.
by the center thing.
Like it feels like it fits in the world, and it just
I really
feels
like that
more,
sound.
like appropriate for the world, and yeah.
A question that keeps coming up: DLSS or FSR? When? Is that
When it's ready.
When it's ready? In
Dang.
development. In development.
Last Epoch doesn't have DLSS. Damn it.
What is that?
We'd have to ask the
Upscaling.
team on that one.
Upscaling.
No. I meant there's a meme that's just stuck in my head when he's like in development.
All right.
Yes, I do know what DLSS and FSR is. Sorry.
We
Yeah,
figured.
that's why I paused on it.
All right, that is the whole video. Holy smokes, that looked really, really good. Nice job, guys. That is great. Obviously, we started a little late. Normally, we end the podcast with just taking a few questions from the community. Is that all right, guys? Maybe 5-10 more minutes maximum?
Oh yeah.
That feels good? Okay. I kind of almost just want to leave this playing, Frosty, and maybe we just mute it and stay on this
Keep
scene.
it playing, mute it.
No, don't
and ask
mute it.
questions. Let's stay
That's
on
the
this.
best
just wanna
part.
be as clear as humanly possible. I know a bunch of questions are about to be flooding in. Me and Frosty are going to do our absolute best, and we'll. Can we get an update
are there-
for server stability? I know we kind of touched that already. You guys like.
Yeah. To recap, we're feeling very good about server stability.
Classes?
Okay.
Any plan on new classes?
We love classes. That's what I'll say. We love classes.
Okay. All
I
right.
bet you have
like
a list
that.
of like 10 classes and masteries already. Like,
I bet you're right.
Could be right. Yeah, got it.
I'd
Only
bet on
10?
that.
Only
There's
10?
such a gigantic backlog of things of like, wouldn't it be awesome if we could just make this? We've got to pick the ones that are the most important.
do you guys feel confident that seasons moving forward will have new sets?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Panda MTX for Beastmaster Bear.
Sounds cool.
Please.
Or
Okay.
or capybara, huh? Maybe.
But only if it just
I'm
randomly
sure
falls
Holly
off.
just heard you say capybara and is like already doing this.
Okay, perfect.
For the banda, it's gonna be pay to lose because it has to just randomly like fall off cliffs and whatnot.
Yeah,
and
just
Yeah,
roll
so
away, roll away
Yeah.
from the action.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Any chat system or friends list updates?
I mean, chat system, yeah,
We-
the announcements.
The announcements coming with the chat
Yeah.
system, there used to be like this terrible bug that lasted way too long where there would be like large gaps whenever chat
I don't care
was very
about
active.
chat.
We've fixed some issues.
First thing
like
I do is
that.
mute chat.
Like, so it updates faster? Like, populates your friends list faster? Didn't we do that?
Don't care about friends list. I don't have any friends.
People are asking on YouTube chat sounds for the loot filter. Sounds for the loot filter.
Very, very common request. We hear you. There is a lot more that we are going to do for the loot filter.
We hear you.
And we hear you on that one, yes.
Okay.
I haven't heard that one in a while.
There was a major class rework this season. Is there going to be another class rework for next season?
Yes, kind of.
And that's all we'll say for now. Yes.
Yeah,
And
there
we'll talk about
there is a we could, I mean, you could calculate how many threshold nodes each mastery has.
That's true.
For the people out there that love lore, love the world of Atera, next act of the campaign.
It's shaping up very well. It's really cool.
Okay.
It's in active development.
In active development. Act 10 of the campaign.
Is there anywhere people can follow Carve, and do you do as many leaks on your socials as you do on the podcasts?
I've done some in the past on the our community Discord.
Join our Discord, join our forums, and we are very active there. And typically we don't mind sharing things that aren't like needing to be held back for like a big marketing beat or something like that. We're, as a studio, we're pretty leaky. We're just excited about stuff. So yeah, I mean, join us on our socials and stuff like that, and we give a lot of information.
I know
Usually
Mike.
trick us into saying
Oh, sorry.
something.
Go ahead.
You can usually trick us into saying something.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah,
I don't leak. I tease. Okay, there's a difference.
Teases. Mike, I know you've answered this question a ton on Friday's stream, but I am seeing it spammed quite a bit. Guilds, clans, even if it's just a way to chat with friends. Any thoughts on guilds and clans?
We've always wanted guilds because of the chat and like the chat capabilities that it brings, but it's like we feel like if we were to say, hey, we've brought guilds, and like the guilds mean that you can chat with your friends in a different colored text, that's not quite hitting the mark that feels like we can even call it that. So it's one of those things. If you guys have ideas for what guilds could be, that would be really awesome and additive for Last Epoch specifically, we would love to hear that. It's something that, as a team, we've been interested in since forever.
Let's see. What do you guys know the rough estimate of the size of the patch for the season?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, like data,
Like gigabytes. Yeah.
50 gigs, 100 gigs.
What makes that download?
Yeah, we typically go and we have smaller updates. We have a nightly build that happens, and we'll update that build iteratively. And so I don't know what the full build.
Did they ever ask, is there a
1
pre-download at
million
all?
gigabytes.
But they can't have a
We just see,
pre-download,
like,
right?
oh,
Because
this
they have
update was,
offline.
like half a gig or 2 gigs, and you
Right,
can't just add those all together because it can be the same thing that changes from day to day. And so we don't have a situation where we've taken like a jump from the base all the way to the like 1.17 all the way to 1.2.
We're starting the download the moment the patch goes live, or is there any pre-download?
Here's the question. Beautiful.
Don't
pre.
think there's any pre-download. We know people want it. We'll see what we can do eventually.
Okay.
Isn't it like a technical thing where people would be able to start playing it immediately in offline, right?
So that's what I've heard, is that if you guys allow pre-download, then offline players could play immediately, or I don't know if that's
Right,
true. It's
right,
yeah.
right.
There's some Steam encryption stuff that we might be able to use, but I don't know if there's like problems with that or something.
Yeah, the team is saying like the true offline mode does make that pretty problematic. If there is a way to get around that, I haven't personally discussed that very heavily with the team, but it's not as easy if it was just a fully online game.
Judd, if it was a perfect world and you could snap your fingers, how long would it be in between seasons?
Oh, daily.
Yeah.
Every day is season day. No.
I'm not mad at Aaron. I'm mad at chat. These are some extraordinarily stupid questions. Jesus.
I mean, it is hard growing to being able to.
Your pretty much character gets completely covered. Is there any updates to the character model plan for the future?
Yes. There's some things like some of our character models, like the skin textures and stuff, don't look as nice as we'd like them to, and even some like proportional changes that we believe that we could make that would make them look nicer. What is the status on those, Ross? Do you have any idea if there's like an actual status update on that?
Yeah, nothing to announce just now.
Okay.
Totally fine. Transmog when? I know these are like rapid. There's just a million. I'm just picking some out of here.
Nothing to announce on that yet.
No worries. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
What?
We've lost It's a Frosty. He's losty.
Frosty's gone.
Yeah.
Frosty said that if his baby's
Full circle.
he said if his baby's coming, that he'll have a backup plan.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Wife went into labor. I said, dude, like, obviously take care of your wife, but if your wife goes into labor during stream, it's going to be excellent content. That's what I told.
Oh my god.
Could you? I can't believe this didn't get brought up. Secret lizard level. Somebody's got to spill or say something like.
What?
Yeah, what are you talking about? If you're finding lizard tails, I would certainly buy a stash and store those lizard tails, at least.
Honestly, that is unacceptable. I will absolutely accept that reason.
I would.
Why
Keep
wouldn't
those
you
lizard
keep
tails? Yeah.
The good memories that you helped. Poor lizards were super overburdened, right?
Dude, everybody in chat, you know what that means. If you find lizard tails, keep them. Keep them. There
is no lizard level, just to be clear.
Don't go looking for a lizard level, but you should not get rid of them. You should not get rid of them.
You can have up to 200 stash tabs. If you were to get every stash tab, I think it would cost about 190 million gold. One of those can be for lizard tails for sure.
There you go. All right, let's do 5 more questions. Somebody on here said, is it possible in the future to get a price checker for the bazaar?
Yes, we've talked about this. There's a few UI UX additions we need to make to the bazaar. One is improving the unique search. We basically don't have enough there's not enough power to the unique search, and it's difficult to know how to price things. We've had conversations about how we would implement price checking. So these are discussions that are happening, but nothing to announce yet there. But yes, we've talked about it.
Okay. Frosty,
I'm back now, I think.
Are you good, Frosty?
Yeah, it was nearing the end. I had some big technical problem. I need some attention too. It can't just be you, Aaron.
That makes me feel. Thank you for messing
no
up
problem.
too.
Now this might be an abstract question, but are there any other games EHG might be creating on the back end instead of Last Epoch?
Last Epoch is the only game that we have in development.
Okay.
Is it possible to implement a pause feature in the future? Right now, offline has pause, online does not.
Right. Yeah, it's something that we have the team looking at how that could possibly happen. It is much more complicated than anyone would initially suspect,
Okay.
and it gives a lot of potential for abuse cases, edge cases where things could be messy. It's something we very much want, but it's not coming season 2, season 3 probably.
Okay.
Considering the game's only $35 and people really do like the game and want to support you, what is the best way to support the company outside of just buying 2 copies of Last Epoch?
Oh, here comes the merch store question.
Sorry, it's funny. I mean, the genuine answer to that is like if you love the game, tell your friends that you really enjoy it. Multiplayer is significantly better than it ever has been. Party play. Leave us a good Steam review. Those are always helpful. Yeah, those are the things that typically help.
Frosty, I think I'm good on my end. And everybody, please stick around. I'm going to be giving away 2 copies of Last Epoch at the end of today's stream.
Yeah, that's it for me. Guys, thank you all so much for staying and sticking around through the technical problems. And
That was beautiful. Good job, Frosty and Aaron. So where are we at right now? Oh god, I haven't even looked at the patch notes. Between the video and that, I'm already at 4 entire pages. Jesus Christ. All right. Speaking of Frosty, look who it is. Frosty LaRue. Frosty just got done finished your interview. Loved it, man. That Lilith emote, unbelievable. What's up, guys? We just watched Frosty's interview. I have 4 pages of notes so far, and I haven't even looked at the patch notes yet. Ready to look at the patch notes? Oh my god. All right. Really nice interviews there. All right. Well. All right. Sit down for this. Callie, you're being such a nice little doggy. You're being such a nice little doggy, Callie. Good girl. Good girl. Frosty, if I don't talk to you before, I hope everything goes very well with your newborn daughter. I look forward to all the meme content you're going to make for years about me, and she's going to grow up laughing at me. I look forward to providing that comedic relief. The last Epoch Tools site did a good job of showing what changed as part of the patch notes. Yeah, I'm gonna... I'm in... Oh. Um... Oh. Oh. Um... So let me see if Maxwell has a summary. Otherwise, somebody said Last Epoch Tools has a summary. I might have to read a summary of the patch notes. Otherwise, we're going to be streaming all night, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it's not the worst thing in the world, but all right. We have this, which shows all the guides have been updated. We have all the endgame guides updated and the tier lists. Man, they have guides for all the factions and stuff. Oh man, dude. All right. Okay. Any other, is there a summary up yet? Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh, there. Oh my God. All right. Oh, Jesus. Oh my. Oh, sweet mother of God. Uh, um, I don't think this is a summary, is it? Or is this just a copy paste? Or is this an actual summary? Key takeaways at the top. Oh, thank God. All right. All right. Okay, here we go. Cemeteries and Tombs of the Erased are new side areas that are sometimes found in monolith echoes. This adds some variation to the usual process of running echoes. Cemeteries of the Erased are full echoes that you can find in your monolith web. Okay. I already know all of that. I have that in my notes. Faction is introduced upon completing the first cemetery. You make progress with this faction by spending the memory amber. I know that. You buy woven echoes. I know that. Place them in your webs. Okay, there are some things here that I'm learning that I don't already know. So let me add them to my notes here. All right. So what have I learned here? So we collect memory amber. They're introduced after completing the first cemetery. And collect memory amber Okay, and then higher. Okay. Okay, I've got that correct. Okay. I know this. The echo objectives are unique from the usual echo that you're accustomed to running. You can manually place woven echoes. Yeah, they said there's 37 of them. I'm 100% sure they said 37, 36 or 37. Okay. Yep, the nodes on the tree. Yep. I know all of this. You earn points by this ranking up for the woven faction. Okay, I know all about that. Okay. Okay, we know that. Okay. Let me add some of my own notes here. Since it requires 30 points in the marksman tree, you will level up as Falconer, because Falconer is way better. Um, 30 points. It's not 30 points. It's 30 points in the marksman tree, right? So in order to put 30 points in the marksman tree, you first have to put 20 points in the, what is it, the archer tree? What's it called? The ranger. Yeah, I'm just going to read the meat real quick just to see if we got, or read the summary real quick, see if I can learn anything. Okay. Sealed affixes. So we shuffle the tiers. I already know this. And then randomize the exalts. Okay. Okay, that's good. All the classes. Okay, yeah. Can experimental set item crafting, Uber Aberoth, the graphics. Okay. Mastery respec. All right. We know this, and bug fixes. All right. We're going to try something brave. I'm going to try to skim through the patch notes now. Falconer got a decent nerf to the early game. What happened to Falconer in the early game? I don't like that. We know all of this. We can look at the guide as well. See if there's anything we can learn by reading the guide. Okay, we know all of this. That's good. I'm just skimming through here looking for new things that we haven't already learned from watching the interview and watching the summary so far. You can always exclamation song if you like the song. Yep, just exclamation song. It should work. Do we need a PhD to understand Last Epoch? Not at all. No. I already have some beginner's guides on my channel. This should be, for the most part, still 90% accurate. And I will have a leveling guide and an endgame guide for you, and I will explain it to you as if you've never played before the season starts. Okay, we know all of this. We know all of this. It's been discussed. Just reading through here. Do you need to go potty again? Man, we need to get Callie to the vet, man. Let her out again. All right. Yeah, she definitely had to go. We need to get her to the vet. She's not feeling well. Okay. So let's keep reading here. We know this. We know this. I need to add this to my list. I forgot about. We can attribute swap. Okay. Okay. Okay, we know all of this. Okay, these like special things. No one's even going to know what that is. Don't need to write that down. We'll see it when we play it. We know about set shards and shattering. Okay. 1 to 4. You can only shatter them because they cannot drop naturally. Okay, I didn't know that. This is good for multiplayer. Yeah, that's exactly Binyata. You said you said you're a vet and give Callie chicken and boiled rice. That's exactly what we did. We boiled some rice and we gave her her really healthy chicken that she likes from the store, the expensive ones. Yeah, I mean, we can't get her to stop going to the bathroom like every hour. No, I have no idea what's going on. Sarah isn't like by degree a vet, but she worked with animals her entire life. She worked at like a shelter and stuff. We're trying our best over here to help Callie, but yeah, she's just really not feeling well. I thought she was better today, but not really. A lot of dogs are allergic to chicken. Well, we've been feeding her chicken since she was a puppy, so the same chicken. So it seems impossible that that could be the issue. Yeah, we're just really we're truly out of ideas at this point. I have no idea. I have no idea. Your dog was like that, and then out of nowhere, she ended up being allergic to chicken. Maybe she developed an allergy or something. Had the same problem, then they had a bladder stone that they had to remove. Okay. We'll get her to the vet and figure out what's wrong. Sarah said that in one of her recent potty breaks that she did see some blood in her stool. So Callie's going to be going to the vet ASAP. Need some tests ran or something. I know about legendary potential rerolling. Whatever it is, we'll find out. We'll take care of her. I mean, I shouldn't laugh. My dog was doing great and then he died. I'm not laughing because your dog died. I'm just laughing at the way you phrased it. It's just like an entire story in one sentence with no emotion. my my dog was doing great and then he died. It's like, what a way to deliver it. She's 12 and a half. Crazy way to deliver that. Yeah, the story whiplash. There once was a dog and then there wasn't. I was feeling great until the day I died. You're just going to be 14 in 2 months. That's amazing. Okay, we know about the boss gauntlet. We know about swapping attributes. We know about the experimental item crafting. We know about the 3 new runes. It was already summarized. We know you can get a guaranteed affix on T2 or higher. Here we go. Champions. This is interesting. So there's 20 champions. Check this out, man.
Ja pierdolę.
How much damage did we do here? Let's see.
Ja pierdolę.
500,000. Thanks to the Lich guide. It's going great. Excellent. I have the Endgame guide video coming tomorrow morning. All right. Okay, so let's champion monsters, just write a couple of notes. Okay. That's what we have. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm just taking notes here. So monolith updates. We have new objectives like slay champions, exiled mages, activate shrines, opened lost caches. Okay. Yeah, you only have to do one. We know that. Okay, that's okay. It's not going to matter too much. We know that this happens faster. Okay, all this is fine. Ah. Okay, that's nice. So if you die standing on a divine orb and you didn't, even though divine orbs aren't in this game, you die standing on the last epoch version of a divine orb, you get to keep it. How's last epoch looking? Looks absolutely amazing. Actually, 110 pages of patch notes. Actually insane. Die on the mirror, keep the mirror. Easy. Go directly to the boss. Or you can greatly scale the loot lizards. Okay. We know this. It's going to be so difficult to read this. I don't have a frame of reference of where the initial balance is in this game because there's so many builds. This is significant. Okay, let's just look for the highlights here. Has anybody read all of these patch notes? Is there like a couple of super key features here that you think I wouldn't already know about? I've watched like every update, every interview. I've read everything they've released so far. Did you have any big learnings from reading this that we should look at? Oh, they fixed the pickup radius? Where is that? Where is that? You can't read? Okay. Did they change it? Item pickup radius has been increased by 40%. Dude, I feel like this had to be from me. Remember me bitching that entire stream and Carve said that they would take it back to the team? I was just bitching about how I can't pick up the damn items. That's insane. This is so much better. this is a huge change as well. If you clicked on an item before, what it would do is it would walk you all the way to the item, even after you've already picked it up. Now, if we got to go to Paint for this. This is too complicated. We need a picture. Oh. Okay. Okay, so before, okay, here you are. That's you. Same spot over here. Okay, there you are. If you go to pick up this sword over here, and it's right here, notice the perfect drawing on both sides looks exactly the same. That's years of practice. So before the radius around the item might have been like this to pick it up. Okay. If you click on the item, guess where your guy goes? Your guy goes on top of the item to pick it up. Now, the radius is bigger. That's what she said. So now the radius is like this. And when you go to click the item, guess where the game puts you? It puts you just on the edge of it. It doesn't walk you to the damn sword. So not only can you pick it up way faster, but you also lose this stupid movement to the item that isn't there anymore. I'm sure that will feel completely different. So that's very nice. That might be the greatest drawing that anyone's ever made ever, by the way, not to toot my own horn or anything. Was there anything else in here that's like insane? Minions don't target invulnerable enemies. I mean, that's good. That's worth writing down. Okay. Warpath is the strongest new player build in the game. So I guess what we could do here. Okay. These little passive changes are not going to be, I'm not going to be able to comment on them intelligently, so there's no point for me to read them. I can't comment on them, but the skills we could look at. We've been looking at volatile reversal the whole time, but I want to look at some of the most powerful skills, like, let me see, hammer throw. So it got a slight buff. Okay. I'm trying to look at things that people actually... Javelin. We use this all the time. Wait, Javelin got buffed? But wait, we don't care about the damage of the Javelin. We only care about the Holy Trail. Did they nerf Holy Trail? Oh, they reworked it? But you want to know what would be very interesting here to see, because they tested this. If we go to leveling guides, I'm very interested to see, did they go Paladin here? It is Paladin. And do they still go Javelin? No. Okay, so Javelin is gone. Okay, so the leveling thing is actually just straight up different. Rive we used forever. It does say specialized Javelin. So we are still doing Javelin. This was updated today. Okay, so it is Javelin. You only respec at the very end. So you respec at 54. So it is still Javelin. And is it still Holy Trail Javelin? Let's see. First of all, this is Rive. Yeah, it's still Holy Trail Paladin. Okay, so you're still leveling as Holy Trail Paladin. For the entire campaign, anyway. We know this got a huge buff. Okay. Alright. And the other class that I played a lot is like Falconer and... You said Warpath got updated? Can you explain to me, why is Warpath better now? Doesn't look like they buffed it at all. Because Void is mega? Oh, because they buffed the Void Knight? I mean, according to this, Tarek is the world record holder. He still says Holy Trail Paladin is the fastest leveler. So we're still leveling as Paladin. Oh, I love this. I like to use the acid flask at the beginning. Let me see here. Oh, they nerfed the shit out of Dive Bomb. And they nerfed the Falcon. Damn it. Okay. Shurikens got buffed. Umbral Blades. This matters. Okay. So we didn't get I'm surprised they didn't nerf Umbral Blades. That's good. I use Chthonic Fissure a lot. It releases spirits 20% less frequently. Wah. But I guess we got a 20% damage increase. maybe that kind of balances it out. Is WASD optional? It's a new option. It's up to you. They doubled the effectiveness of Black Hole. They buffed Elemental Nova. I've never even used this skill before. I should probably play some more Sorcerer sometime soon. I don't even know what that is. They added WASD to this patch. Yes, they did. Someone got a sword and a flail from a rogue exile. A flail? Those aren't... Wait. Yeah, those aren't even in the game yet, right? Neither of them. Not even swords. Yeah, it's WASD, guys, not WASD. We don't got time for all those syllables. Glacier is insane early game. Looks like they didn't nerf it. Okay, this is why they said they were going Lightning Blast. New base effect chains to an additional enemy for each time it's been directly cast and lasts 4 seconds up to 2 times. This seems like a buff, at least to the end game. Yeah, I don't know what this is. A lot of this I'm trying to look at the skills that I have used before. I have leveled almost all masteries before. Hurricane Druid's going to be doing more than 17 damage. I hate playing Spriggan form. People love doing it, but it confuses the shit out of me. Summon Sabretooth. I didn't even know that was a skill. Clearly, I need to go summon some more stuff. Mana cost is cheaper. Okay. And they said that they buffed enemies because there's so much power creep in the game. So we knew that that was changing. We knew that player health is going up and ward is going down. We know that. Okay, yeah. Okay, they nerfed the living shit out of that. Or no. These are just new things that they added. Oh, okay. I thought it was a comparison. This is the health and health regen. This is ward and ward decay. This is what spawns on rings and amulets, and this spawns on rings and relics. Okay. I still don't really understand how health regen is going to help us. I just don't get that. And you can equip them. An icicle flail. An icicle flail and a commander sword. Okay. Shifting some stats around. Health regen again. I'm going to be shocked. Let's look. Let's look at the squishiest endgame build guide and see if they recommend. Let's see. Just increased health. Increased health. Once again, zero regen. I guess we get the regen just by virtue of getting the super rare ring at the end. Okay, so we're not doing. Okay, so we're speccing Fireheart Seeker or what? Okay, we're doing Fire Bob. Okay, so yeah, we're not doing health regen, which is what I figured. There was one particular monster I think is way too powerful. I can't remember what it's called though, but if I read it, I would remember. Does anybody remember the monster that I said was way too powerful? Not the towers. They're like the spinny guys that chase you and then like explode. Anybody remember what they're called? If you said the name, I would remember it. I just don't know. Not flame elementals. No, Tomb Lord is impossible. No one's ever killed Tomb Lord. No, they're not in the beginning. They're in monoliths. No. Have a good one, Venom. I can't remember. Shades of Ouroboros. No. No, that's not it. Any like major blasters of hardcore in this game? What are the monsters that always kill you? I don't know. I wish I knew their names so I could control F. They're not. I don't think they're human. They're not human. The lobster boss, Lagan. Yeah, they not Abomination, not the Porcupine. Wengari are powerful, but that's not one. There's something way more dangerous than the Wengari. I know how I can figure it out. I I have an idea. Bina talked about them. Yeah. Here. The Covenant of Dominion. Covenant of Dominion. That. Fixed a bug where ignites applied by scorched earth from wing fire and the Covenants of Dominion received excessive damage reduction from fire resistance. That sounds like they buffed them. Covenant of Dominion. Covenant of Dominion's explosion ability deals 50% less damage. Oh, thank God. It's the most dangerous monster in the game. Thank God. That's what's going to insta PK you. This. Covenant of Dominion is the equivalent of POE's tornado bird. Like you just go fight and you just die. Covenant of Dominion is the equivalent of a tornado bird. It was so stupid. Oh, Tarek is here. Tarek, what's up, dude? Wait till you see the new monsters. Oh, Jesus. Are they worse than an old Covenant of Dominion? Guys, look, it's the world record holder for all the speed leveling. It's Tarek. What's up, dude? Oh, Jesus. The trend is new monster or OP, always has been. I'm glad there's no pressure on me. I'm going to go hardcore, but I'm going marksman, so literally no rational person in the world should expect me to live. Yeah, I posted one run of me. Thanks for the gifted sub to Tarek and Diablo and everybody else who subbed and Prime. Appreciate you guys. Marksman hardcore, what's the thought process? The thought process is I want to play Heartseeker, but I want to go hardcore. So I just go Heartseeker. I pull one frog and I die. Rax going for the world first hardcore death. Just walk up to the first bird and just die. Wait, Tarek, you can't be there on the launch because you're going to be at work? I find this very unacceptable. I find this very unacceptable. You start your new job the same week because they delayed it in the last minute? Wow, thanks, Satan. On a scale from 1 to 6, how much do you hate EHG for that? Or do you hate grinding gear games? Yeah, do you need me to send a note to your boss? You're in France, aren't you, Tarek? Can I write you a note? We last epoch, sign Rax. Can that do anything for you? My my French isn't perfect, but if you want to take a screenshot, le monsieur boss man Tarek le play. Let's see, how would they spell play in Spanish? I mean French. We just got to add a bunch of letters at the end of it. Le last e. How many letters can we add into epoch? Let's throw in some Spanish for fun. There we go. That's probably at least 80% right. Holy crap, that's perfect French. You walk in at work, suit and tie, ready to go. Up, they're like, "All right, Tarek, you're here. Let's get you trained." You go, "Nope." Boom. Hit him with the screen print. Today's not going the way that you thought, Mr. Bossman. Is the word boss even close to the word jefe? Because jefe is Spanish. Oh. In in French, it's just Jeff. They just go for the straight old proper name. It's not Jeff. But Vince, are you sure? Like, are you 100% sure? His name, yeah. At a minimum, his name is Jeff. All right. Well, now we'll have Tarek on the launch. That's good. Glad to do what I can to help. I have pull all the way over to France. All right. That was nice of me. Oh, I don't know what any of these things do. All I want to know is, did they change fire starter torch? That's my favorite unique in the game. Tarek, I'm trying to get faster. I have a In hardcore with no deaths, I have a 145.0 to Act 7 on Falconer. Online, not offline. I have a 145.0. I actually don't really know if I can lower it. But I'm going to try. I got a 149. I got a 149, like practically a 150. And then the very next day I threw down a 147. So see if I can lower that. But wait, I have a 140. What did I say? I have a 147. Yeah, I think at this point, like, you can only hold forward so hard, right? It's just like RNG of what drops. Wraithlord's Harbor. Okay. Psychedelic, I'm doing well. How are you? Okay. $1 million gold to change your mastery, Jay? That's Jay, that's Christ. Yeah, you hold forward, you press W. There, because I'm playing on hardcore, I stop at the beginning of Act 5 to like buff my physical res and try to throw some poison in there and some health, and that's about it. Otherwise, I just hold forward. $1 million. Yeah, that 1 million's the max cost. Know about the inventory redesign. The item pickup is real nice. This is nice. Okay. I don't want this at all. Need to disable that. I am so happy that the four-legged creature under me is finally sleeping. Thank God. She needs a break. I'm just letting her sleep. What was the story? Psychedelic? Yeah, I hope she gets better too. She will. She's sleeping. We gotta be nice and quiet. Lagon has new voice acting? Oh no. We saw all the updated things. We saw the supporter packs. May 2nd, the Eternal Supporter packs will leave. I don't even know what that is. I should probably look at that. Okay. Well, oh God. All right. From watching all of that, there's just some of this I just cannot comment on. I have this, which is 5 full pages. Oh, man. That kind of summarized what we learned here all day. Oh, my God. Okay, so tomorrow I'm going to let you guys vote. I can keep going with POE2 and I can try to pump up the Lich or the Amazon either way. Or I can start practicing Last Epoch if you want to see speed runs of the campaign and get better at that. We'll just do a vote tomorrow. Whoever's here tomorrow will do a vote. If it's like really close, I might do half and half. No more POE2. Yeah, it won't be tonight. I got to go make this patch note video and then I also have to make the Lich guide. Tarek can yell at me at how much of a stupid ass I am. But I have a feeling I'll probably have like one really rough run where I do real bad, but I think every single run that I do should be under 2 hours at this point. I should never have a time above 2 hours ever again, no matter how bad my RNG is. I don't think that I can. Thank you. Yeah, rabbit meat, okra, zucchini, and Chinese cabbage. Steam it and give it, and it save your border collie. Okay, we might have to try it. We got to do something. I might do a 201 on like my first run, but I'm pretty consistently now under 150, so I'm pretty consistently under 150, so there should be no excuse. But I have a 147.0. I don't know what's possible. Like maybe I can save time, but I mean, doing a 147.0, I feel like I am literally just holding forward pretty much at all times. I'm like crafting while I'm running and stuff. There's very little downtime. And the bosses, I kill them in like 3 seconds. So when's the Rax taco review video? I promised you guys I would make a taco cooking stream, so I will. I'm going Heartseeker for sure. I think that's just, I think everyone has their own play styles, but I think most people are going to want to play Heartseeker. So I want to play it first of all. Second of all is I generally try to play whatever I think the most people will play, because I'm trying to make a guide for you to help you. I can't, if you're playing Hearts, if 80% of the world is playing Heartseeker and I'm playing Glacier Sorcerer and you ask me for help on Heartseeker, what am I going to say to you? I don't know. Go read the Maxwell guide. I don't know. If I'm playing it, then I can actually help you. So in every single game, I try to figure out what do I think everyone's going to do? And then I do that as well so I can help you. If it were up to me, if it was just totally my choice, I would stay in hardcore and I'd probably go like Paladin or something to stay alive and try to get the world first kill in hardcore. But there's going to be way too many people that want to play Heartseeker, so I'm just going to do that. And Heartseeker can't possibly survive in hardcore, so I'll just stay alive as long as I can, which is going to be like the first rabbit's going to kill me, and that's going to be it. I'm pretty sure most people are going to play Heartseeker. I always play SSF. I've never played Merchant's Guild before. In last Epoch, not one time. Okay, Tarek, thank you so much for being here. I'll have to throw you some raids this week before you go to work. How dare you have a job and contribute to society? Okay. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I'm going to hang it up for tonight. Why don't we raid Lizard? I'll raid Lizard. I will let you guys vote tomorrow on what I play. If you vote last Epoch, I'll go last Epoch. Simple as that. Let's raid Lizard from the Maxwell team. I believe his NDA is lifted, and Lizard knows if you guys did not know this, if you didn't know, Lizard is like Lizard and Tarek is here, are like the Michael Jordans of last Epoch. Like Lizard is the guy. Lizard is the guy. So if you have a super in-depth crazy question, Lizard is going to know. So I'm throwing you to the GOAT, right? This is the actual GOAT. So throw him a follow. He's a real nice guy. He's got a nice, sexy Spanish accent. Talk to him. You're going to like him. I guarantee it. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for helping me and watching the last Epoch stuff with me. If you're here right when I start tomorrow, sometime in the AM, I will let you vote what we're going to do. So be there early and vote if you care. Good night, guys.